I always wanted to do that. All right, folks. Anyat kisani kachkani yuhatu asak gunishish. Sorry, Michiana, I messed that one up. Hadala isis kashkani hin udi kiyang hawa. I'm Catherine Edwards. I'm third vice president. I am chairing this session of the Tribal Assembly. So, good morning, and once again, I want to thank the Akwan and the Taku for allowing this gathering, this beautiful and wonderful gathering that we get to do in person again on this beautiful land, my homeland, Juneau. We're happy to be here and land sovereignty we trust. I think it's very fitting. Tribal hostess, good morning. A&B Grand Camp President, A&S Grand Camp President, honored elders, guests joining us online from all over the world, delegates in the room and delegates on Zoom. Are you ready to get down to business? And just one more thing. Hi, Mom. Okay, with that, we'll get started, and I'm going to ask Alfie Price, Shirley Kendall, and Robert Edwardson to join us up here on stage for our words of the day. Okay, Robert Edwardson, one more time. If not, is Keela Juice here? All right, Shirley, ready? We'll go with Shirley.
Where's the mic? Well, I can still make it up here. Okay. It's time to get out your bifocals. You know, the ones you've been hiding from your best friend? Because we're going to do some writing. On your computer, maybe, if you want. So I'll give you the letters. Are you ready? Ready. First letter, I. Next letter, T as in Taku. A U, a W, another U with a tone mark. K as in Kasan. S as in Sakai. An A. G as in gumboots. And two O's. For those of you that are still thinking about gumboots, there's two O's after that. Okay, let's read it. Itu sagu. Can you read it? Itu sagu. Itu sagu. That's how we feel after finally getting back together to be joyful and to be happy. That's what it means. Itu sagu. Some time ago, there was a get-together at Salvation Army. They always do a lot of singing. So they were doing sing-alongs. And there was a young man that was not a native. And he was trying real hard. So he came to my mom. He said, "Mom, I'm doing real good. I'm learning how to sing it." My mom said, "Oh, that's good. I want to hear it." So he stepped up and he says, "It too whoopsie-doo." She said, "I think you better go back and listen to her. It too whoopsie-doo. Be joyful and have a good time." Gonna cheese.
How about a hand for Ajada? Woo! Okay, I got the 911 to get up here, so I'm here. And the word that I'm picking for Hudkill, I need to tell a little story because behind this story, there was a naming, I think, for Sam Thomas, and Ed had called and talked, and he asked me, what does that word mean? And the word is Gulaga, Gulaga, Gulaga. And I said, think of it this way, Ed. Think of somebody who never does anything right, who doesn't think right, doesn't walk right, doesn't eat right, doesn't act right. This is the absolute opposite of that. This is someone who wakes up in the morning and does everything right. And my dear clan sister, Helene Simpson, when she was a little girl, told me, I thought my Haida name was Gulaga. And I, so I guess it could be, but anyway, that's a hard act to follow. And so I think the message that we're trying to convey here is that even if it's difficult, even if it's hard, Hadkil Gusu'u, please try and learn to speak our precious words. You are nothing, absolutely zero, without your language. And that's same for Kildogan, same for Simsian, and same for Tlingit. Speak your language. That's my message. And let's practice Gulaga. You have to say it real Gulaga, too. You have to say it real good. Okay. Gulaga. 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 Hoa.
Amagun Shraksam, good morning, y'all. Shigop Diwayu, my Simshia name is Shigop. Alflet, Alflet is my English name spoken in a Somalic way. In our language, there are no R's, so my given name is Alfred. So when I was a little kid, the elders called me Alflet. So I want to just take a moment and really thank you again for allowing me to share our language with you on behalf of the Juneau Semitic Learners Group. I want to thank President Peterson in his office. When the pandemic hit, of course, we had to stop meeting, and the President's office paid for our professional Zoom account so we could meet. And we leveraged Zoom and our social media presence to really grow our base of learners. At the start of the pandemic, we created new speakers who live far and wide, who are at Tsimshian and wanted to know their language. So we were able to do that thanks to our Zoom account. And so I just wanted to publicly acknowledge the role that the President's office played. And I'm really glad to see you all again. So I have a question for you, and this is going to be a pop quiz, and I'm going to do it in Samaya, mostly. Gosh willa aiksedu, you can do it, a Samaya. Okay, so yesterday we learned the Ashken Dim Wan, which means you can do it. Somebody needs encouragement, you tell them, the Ashken Dim Wan, you can do it. Today, I'd like to talk about when that person you've encouraged is doing it, and they're doing good, and you want them to keep it up. You can say, Ham Wan. No. Not ham sandwich, ham wan. Ham wan. That's an encouragement to keep it up, keep going. Wahiawato Exit Newsom.
Okay, flight attendant stuff. You know where the restrooms are, but the other one is really important here. Remember to silence your cell phones. And today we might charge you. We're going to put a bowl over there by President Peterson, and it's going to be $1 every time it goes off. All right, we're going to have Pat Alexander come up for the invocation.
Yak-e Sutat. Good morning, everyone. I cannot believe how happy I am to see everyone in person after 4 long years. Really, really a treat. And bless each and every one of you. Now I'll say a prayer. Tikean Kawu, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for this strong gathering of our strong tribe and putting people together that have a desire to serve the people. Everyone could not be here. Everyone has lost loved ones in the past couple of years, and some are fresh in their mourning, and some of those people that we have lost are treasures that we will not be able to do without. Lord, bless those that cannot be here today. Bless the grandmas and the children. Lord, bless all of those that are sick and ailing. Bless those who are suffering from addiction to alcohol or drugs or other things. Give this delegation the strength to help all of the people that they can to work in harmony together so that we may achieve more goals. We appreciate all of the things that you bring us. And Lord, let us be the best that we can be to help the most people that we can. And I bless you all for safety when you're going home and for your good health. In the Lord's name, amen.
You know, Carrie, go ahead. Can we have some help? Is it on?
Madam Chair, Carrie Dodson, Ketchikan Chapter, permission for my son Randy Estrin to sit with us.
Without objection? I was starting to say, you guys know that Alfie gave you a pop quiz today, so there'll probably be one tomorrow. Maybe we should remember that word. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of April 19th, 2023. Joe Williams of Saxman, and second, James Jack Sr. from Juneau. Okay. So next up will be Clinton Heights Regional Housing Authority, and Jacqueline Peda, President and CEO, our first Vice President, former NCAI Executive Director, and I want to say something. Yesterday when we were talking about VAWA and Richard's pictures were up there, that's a lot of work that Jackie and her staff did back there, and goodness sheesh for that. We know, I wanted to make sure that people knew that. You worked hard with us and your staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Good morning. Yakay Sutat. President Richard Peterson, Executive Council members, host Della Cheney, and hostess Della Cheney, and Della Coburn, sorry. I made that mistake. And host Willard Jackson. ANS Grand President Millie Schoonover, ANB President Heather Gurko, and ANS President Delphine Albee, Chief Justices, delegates, and guests. I'm pleased to be here today to give the report from the Clinton Heights Regional Housing Authority. Especially pleased because this year is our 50th anniversary. And I worked with several people to try to figure out, how do we say 50 years without just saying 50 years? Because it's really more about the meaning. What is 50 years signify? And to me, it's this, and I'm going to try to say this, for the benefit of our descendants. It means that everything that we did 50 years ago and everything we do today is for those that are going to come. And so we're using that as our tagline for our 50-year anniversary logo. But I want to just take you and remind you of this move. Hold on here. There we go. Okay, thank you. So 50 years ago, what was happening in here at Central Council? Then President Clarence Jackson and Executive Council Roger Lang, Charles Nelson, Gil Gunderson, Marlene Johnson, Aaron Isaacs, and Richard Keto passed a resolution to accept the authority given to them by the state of Alaska to create the Regional Housing Authority. Only a month, and that was in January, and then only a month later in February, they had the very first meeting of the board of directors that was appointed. Directors Frank C., Bertha Kavanaugh, Robert Sanderson, Carolyn Powell, and Cyril George convened their first meeting and designated Robert Loescher as their executive director. It just made me feel good when I looked at that list of names of the powerful leaders who came together to be able to create first the Housing Development Corporation and then the Housing Authority. And I wondered then, as you wonder today, what will it be like? If they were thinking, what will it be 50 years from now? What will that dream and that vision look like? You know, we were some of the first housing authorities being created in the nation. In fact, HUD didn't even get created until 1965. And so less than a decade later, we've created our housing authority. And the reason they created the housing authority then was for that moment in time, because Congress had put together some money for Indian housing after a report about the disparities of Indian housing, and 1,500 units was coming to Alaska, and in order to get those units, you had to have a housing authority. So that's why we quickly created it. And so in 1973, and by the time it was 1974, we had 360 of our very first units come to Southeast Alaska. I think I'll get this to work. There. But now we're at another pivotal time, because it's 50 years later. And at this time, we're seeing in our communities, okay, how about that? We're seeing in our communities and a resurgence of language and culture. It's important for us to be connected. And so, I'm sorry, but I think I need a battery. We're seeing young families wanting to stay in our communities and live in our communities. They want to be at home. In fact, and I think it's great, even some of Central Council's employees, the ability to be able to work remotely and be back in their own communities. We're also seeing connection to community is really important. Thank you. By the way, that's my son. Shauklau Ish. Gunesh Chish. Connection to community. How important it is right now in our time to be connected to community. And so we're not thinking about moving away. We're thinking about moving home. And what does moving home mean? In our communities, we need more housing. And so if we look at, in this time where it's pivotal in our lives, we need more housing. And this is the story from HUD. And I will tell you, we can't count on the feds. They are not our solution. Look at these lines here, and I just wanted to show you, because that's the HUD budget. And the HUD budget has changed in funding by 171%, but Indian housing, only 21%. And if you looked at the inflation factor, in fact, we're behind 29%, even from the amount that HUD has appreciated. Last week, I was appointed because of President Peterson nominated me, and I was appointed to be the chair of the secretary of HUD's advisory committee, Tribal Advisory Committee. And I spent last week, thank you. I spent last week with her and this slide, and every chance I could, I referred to this slide, because until they get it, we don't have the solutions and the resources that we need. And we want the flexibility that NAHASDA gives. So the point is, don't count on the feds to deliver the solutions. We got to find them ourselves. Oops. And so one of the things I'm really proud about is our tribal partners. The Housing Authority, we have 12 tribes that we are the TDHE for. And we came together and the tribes said, we're going to have to leverage our dollars to be able to meet the needs. And so we decided that it was important to invest in partnerships. We needed to invest in our tribes to strengthen the communities, and we needed to invest in our citizens. And we said that we were going to make decisions about our limited NAHASDA funds based upon the amount of leverage it creates, the return on the investment, and their project readiness. And that was going to be part of our 5-year plan. And I'm here to tell you a little bit about where we are in that 5-year plan today. You can see here, when we're talking about investing in our tribes and our citizens, here's some of our new construction. Here's a family who received their home a year ago that they helped build, new home in Angoon. And that's what we mean by meeting our citizens, as President Peterson said, where they're at. Meeting our citizens and trying to devise a mortgage plan that worked for them. So who are we today, 50 years later? And this is this year, right now, we have 410 rental units and 44 homeownership opportunity homes. We have support services. We do LIHEAP and LIWAP, which is the energy assistance programs for several communities in Southeast Alaska. And as of today, we got out 563,000 of this year's funds to 542 families. That's from November of last year until today. We have held 337 financial education participants. Everybody knows we're promoting financial education. We have classes monthly. You're all welcome to, wherever you reside, you can attend these classes. And 337 people said this was important to me. It's going to make a difference to my life. 500 plus families receive voluntary tax preparation services. We just completed that, going to several communities. We do that because that's one part of being financially sound, is to have your taxes done. And it goes with our financial education promotion. And then last year, we spent over $8 million in rental assistance. That program has closed as of December 31st. But we not only got the money from Treasury, the initial money from Treasury, we got a supplemental amount because we spent all our money, unlike many other tribes who had to give money back at the end of the day because they couldn't get it out the door quick enough. But we spent every dollar plus some. And then we took a little bit of HFCs too. And now we have $5 million in homeowners assistance program. That's another Treasury program that we're working on right now. And that program is for those who own their home and have mortgages that need assistance for various reasons, COVID impacted various reasons, whether it be making your mortgage payment, your tax payments, your insurance payment, or essential repairs. For the time, I wanted to know how many houses that Housing Authority since the beginning of time, how many homeowners have we created in our region? 587 people have received homes, own them now. They don't have a relationship with the Housing Authority anymore. 587 people own homes in our region because the Housing Authority created that opportunity for them. We have, just this last year, we've done repairs on 84 households, and this is an example of before and after, giving sometimes elders much needed access, dealing with mold remediation and other kinds of things. And in addition to just dealing with repairs, we're trying to think forward, trying to think into the future with energy savings investments. And we have put in 317 heat pumps in Southeast Alaska, the leading installers in Southeast Alaska, and 74 EV chargers for those with those electric vehicles. And people question us about the EV chargers, but now everybody's kind of glad that they got them as an option for them. I wanted to take note of this picture here, though, with the training that's going on there. Not only do we install and teach our own crew to install, we offer these free trainings in Southeast Alaska to contractors so that they can learn the skills that the industry needs for them to have, because energy efficiency is the name of the game. Last fall, here just in Juneau, we had 35 people participate. Every seat was filled with local contractors as well as our crew. And then we're still building houses because that's what we do. And so in the last year, we've completed 25 homes, and the last 2 years, and then we have 36 under construction. Homes in our communities, affordable homes for people to be able to receive in their homes and be part of our mortgage program. And so I wanted to change the next slide to show you Hayakawa Financial Corporation. I know I mentioned this before, but we created our CDFI many years ago. We got it recertified in 2019, and now we're doing mortgage loans, renovation loans, construction loans, and credit builder loans is the newest loan that we've added to our portfolio. Once again, with our financial soundness, trying to help people get an opportunity to take care of their debt, improve their credit, so that they can get themselves eligible for a mortgage loan. Right now, our current portfolio has $8.8 million in loans that are out in our communities. Capital needs is one of our greatest challenges, but because we received an award last year for the innovation in our programs and services, we also have received other grants from OESTA, CDFI, to invest capital into our small CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution. So we're looking forward to more designations this year to improve our capital and our ability to provide more loans in your community. I wanted to share this slide because when the tribes got together and we talked about how do we want it to look for the future, we knew that things had to change. It couldn't be just the housing authority building houses and having contractors come in and do large-scale developments and then leave the communities. We wanted long-term sustainable opportunities. We wanted to have year-over-year growth. And in order to do that, we knew a couple things have to change. And that's why I say we're at this pivotal point. We're at this point where we're changing the trajectory, because through financial education of our citizens and investing in our citizens so that they understand their housing options, we provide the other services that they need. So our vision has to include the revolving loan fund. Our CDFI is not like a bank that you go and get a loan for. Our CDFI is you get a mortgage loan from our local community financial institution, and when you make that payment, it revolves to another opportunity for somebody else to get a loan from it. We're investing and reinvesting in our community. It means that we have to have affordable, sustainable energy, because we have to keep things costs low enough that our people can afford the utilities in their homes. It means that we have to invest in local crews. The Housing Authority has apprenticeship programs. We have hired our own plumbers. We have electrical apprenticeship programs, labor construction apprenticeship programs. All those allow us to have local crews working on our homes, investing again into the community and being there where they reside. And then, of course, critical to all of this is our tribal and community partnerships. And so that's our vision, is investing in our communities and revolving as many times as we can through that. And so a part of what the results really look like is by that vision and that mission that the tribes decided, the decisions that we made, that we can't just spend the NAHASDA money, which is not easy, because sometimes that means we have to make a decision not to do something in the moment, but do something invest wisely for the future. But this is what I want to share with you. So in 2020, the far right slide bar is 2022. This is part of our 5-year plan. So of those years in our plan, you can see that we've expanded our NAHASDA dollars by about 2.5 times. If you just look at last year, we had $7.5 million in NAHASDA funds, and we received $22 million in grants. So we're greater than 3%, 3 times the amount that we get from NAHASDA. We are leveraging the dollars, which means that we're providing more resources. And what does that really look like? It means that we have to manage 13 repair grants to be able to do those 84 homes. It means that we have 7 sources of funds to be able to construct a house. So we're managing multiple grants to put into these investments. But at the end of the day, it's what's making a difference. So as we said before, we are the legacy of the future. Whatever happens 50 years from now depends upon the pathway that we set forward today. I want to thank our board and acknowledge our board. Several of them are in this room today because they're community leaders. We have Chairman Clinton Cook. We have Karen Togg. We have Carol Martinez, one of the I want to say ambassadors, but it's navigator. We have Victoria Demrett on her tribal council in Yakutat, and Mary Edenshaw, who's participating as a delegate virtually. We have she's here now? Oh, she was, oh, there you are, great, she's here now. I know the other day she was virtual. But I want to say that these are community leaders. They're here amongst you. And they are a great board, and a great board with a vision to work forward. And then, of course, most important, we believe in the sovereign rights of our tribes. We believe that the tribes make the decisions. As the Housing Authority, we are a tool and a vehicle to be able to put the tribes' visions in place. We are the ones that bring together the tribes in common understanding and help us find a common thread so that we can work and empower ourselves together. So I want to thank the 12 tribes who have invested their time, energy, and support for us at the Housing Authority. Gunas Chish Hawa.
Do we have any questions for Jackie? I might take 2 or 3.
Okay.
2 or 3. Okay, Paulette, you'll be last.
Okay. President Williams.
Good morning. Thank you very much for a very informative report. The question that I'm struggling with this morning is, how is the housing part of Clinton-Haida competing with Clinton-Haida Regional Housing Authority? I went through the tour the other day, and viewed and saw the future of what they're planning to do, which in my mind is some of what Clinton-Haida Housing Authority is doing. My question is, are you folks talking to each other? Are you on the same page? Are you letting them do their thing and they're letting you do your thing? Or how is that working?
Well, the Housing Authority works with all the tribes that are our partners, and Saxman is a good example of our tribal partnership and working collectively together. So, for example, in Juneau, in the Douglas area, the Cowie Creek subdivision that you might have seen on the tour, that parcel of land, right next to it is Seat Dutine, which is our parcel of property that we've just purchased from the Catholic Church. So our partnership is the Housing Authority is going to develop our property first. The tribe is going to bring in the road there, so then they can develop their property. And I believe that we do have the same interest in heart, that we want to be able to work together to improve the housing availability in our tribe, and particularly in this case in Juneau. You know, the Housing Authority always has to go to the tribes to get their permission to apply for certain grants, like the ICDBG. And Central Council has been very willing to allow the Housing Authority to use those grants, even though that they could use them for something else. And so that partnership has been very helpful. And I think that, you know, right now, Central Council's construction company, and I won't speak for the management, but is focused on the commercial activities primarily. And I know that they are working on a housing development for Hoonah. We are not, Housing Authority is not the Housing Authority for Hoonah. Hoonah has their own housing authority. So we coordinate to the greatest extent possible. And there's so much need for housing. We could all be in construction business and probably not relieve it. It's just the tension is making sure we're coordinating on applying for grants, and we are doing that. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kara. I'm Kara Mayer. I'm a Seattle delegate. And thank you for your report. It's very informative, and I appreciate all the work that you do. My question is about the tribal citizens that are homeowners currently, and that there's support services, which I take to be funding, whether it's grants or in budget, however that works. I want to know, how do tribal citizens know about those services, and how can they find out? How can it be more accessible or known? Because my thing is, if you don't know, then how do you know? And can we be more proactive in sharing that information? Like, how can that work? How can we put it out there for homeowners who just don't know? And then what does that support look like? What support is available? Roofing, plumbing, electricity, water, flooring, the foundations. There's so much. I'm a new homeowner, and so now these things are important to me. Whereas when you're a renter, you don't have to worry about all that. So these things I thought about today when I listened to your report, and it can be a huge burden. It can be overwhelming, and so as we're growing as a tribe and we have funding and support to help, how can we be more proactive to getting that information out for people who are current, homeowners?
So every one of our repair programs, to begin with, sometimes depending upon the grant, like I said, there's at any given time we're operating at least 13 different repair grant programs. It depends upon the community that we're applying for and what that grant will do. So typically, for example, right now, and I'll use Saxman as example, we have Healthy Homes dollars, which we got from the public side, not the Indian side of HUD. We also have BIA HIP dollars for those that were income eligible and were approved 3 years ago based upon BIA's program. We have OVS, the Organized Village of Saxman, made a decision that their COVID dollars that they were going to get via Central Council was going to be for repair. So they have a special repair program. And then we have FHLB, which is the Federal Home Loan Bank program, where we applied for another grant that leverages, that just basically leverages our other repair programs. We have our Nahaza dollars, which is matching funds. So there's a variety of things. So for every community, we have a separate recruitment for those folks when it's eligible. So some communities, for example, we finished Cake a while ago, and so we don't have current repair dollars available for that program. And so it's cyclical. The HALF program that you might be speaking about that I mentioned, the Housing Home Improvement Home Assistance Program, was a Treasury program that came out, during the COVID time period. And that was a program similar to what AHFC did, although AHFC chose not to do repairs, and we chose to do that. So we started first in a pilot last month, and the pilot was for those that were the neediest and there were impending foreclosures. And so we tried to mitigate those issues. And then as of April 1st, we opened it up for the full spectrum. And you can go to our website and get a link to the information. It's also, we put it out and post it on Facebook regularly. So for people who want to be informed about when these grants open, we always post on Facebook and we always share it a lot, even though I'm not a real Facebook user. But our team does share it a lot. And then we share all of our information with Central Council's community navigators.
Yeah.
We found that they are a great tool because they know the people and they know what the needs of the folks are. Yeah. But all of those are ways to learn more about our programs. With the Home Assistance Program, I really appreciate the fact that we kept it as flexible as we could so that we could help people who are going to potentially lose their home because they didn't pay their property taxes, for example. And when it comes to repairs under that program, it's only for the essential repairs that keep your home habitable so that you can live in it. And those were guidelines by Treasury.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I liked your use of the word flexible, keep it flexible, because often when I think about some of the help that we do have, I know there's limitations with grants and our funding, but sometimes I feel like we tie our own hands, and that could be my simple way of seeing things. And I know there's a lot that do a lot of work that have to deal with regulations and rules. But just as a regular citizen who's just, living my life, I find sometimes it's difficult to do the applications or find the information or fall within the guidelines that are necessary. And so I like how you said we try and keep it flexible to keep it open. I think that's really important. Thank you.
Delbert.
Delbert Creek from Cake. Jack, I really appreciate the report you gave today there, and it was lots of information there. One of the things I'm worried about there, and maybe I care too much about all our tribal members, and maybe I'm not a good person to be here representing the people, but I care about each and every person, and it comes right from Richard or too, that we meet our tribal members where they're at there, where they're at in life, whether you're a homeowner already and you got a job, and we don't worry about all the rest of the people that need homes. We're like doing a cycle there, Jackie, there. From 50 years ago, I remember in Cake, I'll use Cake for an example, as me, a little kid there, and people growing, my people that are adults now, we were all kids back then there, but we're all excited when the housing came in. People got new houses from the houses that they were in there falling down, and most of them got demolished as soon as the first phase housing came in there. And we came a long ways from then. But to me, right now, feel like we're slipping there. Feel like we're not going anywhere because we're going right back into the same cycle again there because there's no housing there and there's no affordable housing. And I heard you all excited about all the offerings that you have. Why don't we fit programs that will fit the people there, because the unemployment is really bad there on some of the communities there. And I'm speaking for all the communities, the small communities there too there, because not everybody can move to Juneau. It takes a lot of money to move to Juneau and I'm a prime example for that there. I spent just 1 year here, and I was only supposed to be here for 2 months here. I spent almost $20,000 just on rent there. So we need to do something better to help our folks there, each and every one of them. They all mean a lot to me there. So I don't care when I'm up here to represent the people there, that I don't care if they have a good paying job or they're unemployed and they're homeless. I want to represent each and everyone and treat everyone the same there. So we need to do something better for our communities and our small towns there or whatever else there, even in Juneau there, because we have to treat our people. We are fighting for equal rights how many years now? They ain't be there and everybody fighting for, standing up and fighting for us, and then we come and treat our own people really bad there. That's not how we're supposed to do it there, because people watch us there. What do we do? How we treat our own people there. If we treat them good, treat them bad, it takes a lot there. So I just want to make sure we point out that let's start treating all our tribal members, whether they're struggling trying to pay their house off there like that, because I remember you got $1 million grant there for almost each one of the communities a few years back there, and how many were built in each one of those communities, and what was left over with the money that was left over that didn't get paid in our small communities, because most of them, there's a couple that I know we left out one of them in Cake there, because nobody wanted to do the affordable housing. Nobody could afford it there, because the better job you have, the more you take from them there, and something's got to be around there. We should be working with all the people there, and I appreciate all the work that you do, you and your board there, but we need to start getting a little bit better there, because 50 years went by there. See, we're back in the same cycle again. But that's my own opinion there, but just what I see, and I see lots of it on Facebook, and all these people can't be saying the same thing there for no reason at all there. So, but I do want to congratulate you on all 50 years there, and for the work that you guys are doing. Let's just get together and do something better and help our folks there. That's all, Jackie. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate your comments, because they really are reflective of an environment where, where we believe HUD should deliver us houses. And that's, unfortunately, if you look at the budget we get, there's not enough money to do that. And so we do the rental programs are based upon 30% of people's income. That's how the feds have it worked out. That means that their payment's not greater than 30% of their income. And that's for the people that are the lower rent. But what we didn't have before was an opportunity for people who wanted to get a job or had a job or were going to improve, because as you just said, that if they bettered themselves and they made more money, then their payment went up. So under the new programs, the home ownership programs, whatever their mortgage payment is the day that they got that home is their mortgage payment. We don't recertify them again. We don't inspect their houses again. They're like a real going to a bank. They own their home, they're taking care of it, they're responsible for it. The rental programs, we have to do the maintenance, we take care of all the other issues, the things with the rental programs, but they are subject to having to have recertification on their income because that's a requirement of the feds, until we come up with maybe our other own option. Now, several other tribes have developed their own rental programs, and I will tell you, their caps for their base rent is much higher than the housing authorities because everybody knows they can't afford to pay the utilities and operate those units cheaper. It's a struggle, Delbert. It's a struggle we have to deal with every day. I work out the numbers trying to figure out how can I make it work. And until we get greater investments from Congress, we have to leverage our dollars to be able to serve as many people as possible. And so thank you for bringing that comment up because it really is reflective of the challenges that we have to deal with every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Ben Cornell, Juneau, Alaska delegate.
Yes.
Delbert stole my thunder. But I do know you're working very hard, and I missed the short little tour. I was interested, is that 100 acres or 100 lots across the bridge?
So in Cowie
Creek
subdivision, which
division.
is the tribes, they have over 100 acres. What? 80 acres, sorry, 80 acres, yeah. And then in ours, we have 17 acres.
Thank you, and I know just below you is 30 lots, and it's getting to the point where people can only buy the property. And I was just speaking with Leon, and he said that DIA has the money for housing, but not the property. So I'm certainly going to encourage this Douglas Indian Association to come chit-chat with you. I don't know if you are in communications with Douglas Indian Association.
Yes, in fact, we're doing a construction project for them. We purchased land for them. It's in the Douglas side, more down by Douglas Town by Crow Hill. And we have a development that we're planning there. It's already been designed, and there'll be 4 to 6 units there. And in addition, I should say, also in Juneau, the other thing that we're doing is that we're buying homes off the market that need to be refurbished. And so we've just bought a couple foreclosures this week. We continue to do that because that's another affordable way for us to provide lower cost housing. Lower purchase housing.
That's great. And then I was just wondering about the time frame across the bridge for Cowie Creek subdivision. What kind of time frame? I know the big barrier originally was the road because of the conflict that was there.
So that is always a challenge, is trying to get the development and the site development done. Next week will be our public meeting for our environmental assessment. And this week, starting the beginning of May, we'll be doing more of our environmental wetlands review and things like that. We have to have something done by the end of this year, at least the beginning of something. Our money has time clocks on it. And so, I'm hoping that we'll be able to get up at least 2 units sometime the end of this year or the first quarter of the next year. And then we're planning on doing our first phase is about 15 units, the first phase. We also have another phase in Juneau. We're working with City and Borough of Juneau. They wanted us. So we're working in partnership with them to do a project on Pedersen Hill out there in the valley. And we're trying to pull that one together too.
I certainly thank you for your efforts. I know you're working hard.
Thanks.
Good morning, Ms. Pata. Paulette Marino, Sitka delegate. Welcome home. You're doing such a really good job. We're very fortunate to have the skills and the tools that you brought with you back home. So, goodness cheesh. Through the ARPA funding, the CARES Act, and many of the other funding that has come through, It has helped many of our tribal citizens during the time of the pandemic, and I think it's been administered very well. And there's been so many good things that have happened for our tribal citizens. But there's also statistics that state that many of our tribal citizens have, through COVID, had to multi-dwell in a home. So there's lots of families that have come together. And I just have a quick comment and a question, Ms. Pata. So as being a delegate from Sitka, Sitka has 14 miles of roadway between our beautiful mountains and the seas. And 14 miles is not a lot considering our housing. We are in a housing crisis. I don't know if the other villages here in Southeast Alaska are also in a housing crisis, but one of my comments is looking into the future is that Tlingit and Haida Housing Authority working with the tribes on a vision to address something that I know that we see very, very personally in Sitka. Within the last year, it's been 50 to 60% of the rental units and the individual homes have been bought by out-of-state investors and people. The out-of-state investors and people have driven up the prices in Sitka so high that the average person that comes from the villages for medical or for other things are no longer able to afford to live in our communities. And I'm just wondering, Ms. Pata, is there conversation in regards to how we can become homeowners and self-sufficient? I think one really good thing the tribe is doing is they've doubled the amount of workers that they have. Therefore, wherever their workers are, they're able to take care of their families. But in the villages and the communities, that's something we see. And the second part of that is bed and breakfasts. People are buying up housing and they're turning them into bed and breakfasts seasonally. That's something that we can't afford either. So I just wanted to make a comment about that. An idea would be if Tlingit and Haida and some of the other regional housing authorities and so forth and the tribes got into leasing so that we owned a property, made an income from it, and the tribal citizens could benefit. But I was wondering if you could comment on how many out-of-state people are buying up properties in our southeast villages and something proactive. Thank you, Ms. Pata.
Thank you. I think that is an issue in most of our communities. I know some tribes are very aggressively addressing it. I've seen that happen in Cake and in Craig, where we have actual conversations with the tribe about purchasing properties before they go on the market, so that we can keep them within local hands and it's part of the whole theme of buy back our land, right? So there are some aggressive moves to be able to do that. And that's one of the things that we try to do at the Housing Authority is identify those kinds of funds so that we can deal with immediate needs for doing that. Overcrowding, as you noted, is a big deal. The Housing Authority has invested a lot with our partners on homelessness. I didn't talk about that, but we have our youth homeless shelter here in Juneau. We have our partnerships with all the other homeless coalitions. And the last thing about the bed and breakfasts, which I think speaks to the same thing of purchasing it, even in Juneau, it's such a significant issue that I know that the city is looking at how can they manage that and manage the numbers of the homes, the units that are available for actual employee worker-based housing that are not taken off the market for things like bed and breakfasts. And that's one of the dire needs that we're seeing across our communities. So thank you. Timely issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Mr. George, I did say that Paulette would be our last question for this morning. We have to get back on track. You can meet with Jackie outside.
Am I allowed to speak?
You'll have to, I said Paulette would be the last question, so you'll meet with Jackie outside if you want to ask her a question. We need to get back on the agenda. And for my Robert's Rules and parliamentarians, you guys let me get away with something. Maddie has reminded us that we need to take a vote on the adoption of the minutes. All those in favor of adopting the minutes, say aye. Opposed, same sign. We have 2 opposed to adopting the minutes. Oh, we haven't put them out? They are on board. It's true, the ayes do have it. The minutes are adopted. Moving on, we'll hear from Search. Charles Clement is Cynthian and Athabascan. He is former VP of Operations and CEO for South Central Foundation, and he came to Search in 2011 after spending time working in Anchorage. Please help me welcome Charles Clement, the current president and CEO of Search.
Thank you so much for that welcome. Good morning, honored delegates, Executive Council, President Peterson. Thank you for allowing me to come share some of your time with me. My name is Charles Clement, the President and CEO of Search. My parents are Linda and Charles Clement. I was born and raised in Metlakatla. I live currently in Sitka. It is a real pleasure to share with you a little bit of what Search has been up to these last 12 months. But I think first of all, I would just like to say it is really quite wonderful to see so many familiar faces and friends, that it's been a long time since we've had the opportunity to get together and interact in this fashion. And I think it's important. I don't have a nice PowerPoint like Jackie did. I didn't think I was going to be here this time of year. I usually take a little time off to go long lining. It's something I've done my whole life. But as fishing often does, plans change. And so I actually gave President Peterson a video that I had prepared in advance. But just having the opportunity to come interact with you face-to-face, one-on-one here in Juneau was really an opportunity I did not want to let pass by. So Search, there's been a great deal of activity at Search over the last 24 months, in particular the last 12 months. And I'll go through some of that with you. I will just say, I think as many of the previous speakers have talked about, and many of us have experienced in our own lives, coming through the pandemic these last couple years has really changed how we think about the business that we're in and how we relate to our members, our tribal members, our patients, our employees. And it's really been a very, very much a learning experience because, as you know, people don't stop getting sick when something else happens. We had to deal with the day-to-day activities of running a large healthcare. Hey, Louis. That's probably the guy that actually taught me how to subsistence fish when I was a young man. It's good to see you. Anyway, it changed how we did business and we do business today and how we think about business, and really reinforced the importance of the critical importance of healthcare in everyday aspects of our lives. But it also changed the organization in other ways. I think about employee recruitment and retention, provider recruitment and retention, telehealth. There's just so many things that have evolved so rapidly over these last couple of years. One of the things that I found it was really interesting, it kind of came and went very quickly, but this last year, we had this really historical RSV flu outbreak. And it was something like I've never seen in my career here until COVID happened. And so you have these things happening now. But what I can share with you is our ability to respond to things like that has evolved and changed, and I think we've gotten better at it. So I think, just thinking about how the expectations of our patients and our tribal members have changed and evolved, it's pushed us in new directions and embark upon new service lines. So over the last 12, I have a list here, and maybe I'll go through it a little bit and try to expand on it. The biggest thing for Search this last year was beginning construction of the replacement hospital in Sitka. This is something that Search has been working on prior to my arrival here, something I've focused on for the last 11 years. This year, we finally able to break ground on a new hospital in Sitka. It's a $300 million endeavor. And I think as our previous speaker, Ms. Pata, spoke about, the funding for the IHS is not going up. They are not paying for it. This is money that Search had to come up with, and we've taken many loans to afford some of these things. But those loans are based on a very strong financial business model that I think it's, the lending organizations are very comfortable with the activities that were undertaken. Along with that, I think here in Juneau, if you have some time, out by Safeway, we have a new medical office building that is going up out in the Vintage Park area. That new office building is going to expand access to primary care. It's going to add new urgent care. And I think something that probably resonates very strongly with many of you, one whole floor will be dedicated to behavioral health services here in Juneau. We have expanded optometry, expanded pediatric physical therapy and rehabilitation, all going into those services. And how that really plays out, and this really speaks to Search's strategic plan, is the things that mostly will be impacted here in Juneau will be largely moved out into that area where more people live, and allowing us to expand access to specialty care here in Juneau. Right now, most of our specialty care resides in Sitka. And one thing that we have heard from our board of directors and from many of our patients is the challenge of everybody having to go to Sitka for everything. And so the idea that if you live in Juneau, maybe you can get those specialty services here. If you live in Skagway, you live in Haines, you don't have to stop in Juneau and then move on to Sitka. You could come to Juneau for the day and then go back home that afternoon. That's been a big patient dissatisfier for many years, and I think the challenges and the expense around traveling patients, the inconvenience of traveling patients, and really as our population base gets older, it's getting harder for people to physically do it. So the big push that I receive from our board of directors, again, I think this is something I've heard many times here, is really trying as best we can to meet the patients where they're at. That seems to be a growing course, as I think, again, as transportation costs go up, as our patients get older, it's become a more and more focus. So we are excited that project will actually come online this year towards the end of the year, and will allow us to very rapidly further expand specialty care in Juneau. We were able to expand it a little bit earlier in this year, but it's certainly not enough to meet the needs of the entire northern Southeast. I spoke a little bit about our patients getting older. One of the things, or two of the things that we've done, is Search has really made large investments into long-term care, where folks in Wrangell and in Sitka could receive those services. This year, we've expanded those locations, both of those locations. Wrangell is a relatively new hospital, and we went ahead and added four new beds to that facility, and the same thing in Sitka. And we do anticipate, future demand and future growth in those areas, and I think we're looking for more opportunities and more communities where we could expand those long-term care services. For those of you that live in Juneau, an exciting development that has happened here in the last several months is we have acquired Juneau Youth Services. This is an organization that provides residential behavioral health services for youth throughout Alaska, but it's based here in Juneau. They were struggling very mightily financially, and they came to us and asked if we would be interested in basically absorbing them into Search. And we were excited about the ability to maintain those types of services here in Southeast Alaska. It actually has allowed us to merge our program in Sitka and the program here and expand our offerings by approximately 100%. So services available for youth, for both behavioral health treatment and addiction services are going to be expanding here in Southeast Alaska as well. We have, I talked a little bit about expanding specialty care here in Juneau, and the way that we have done that is we acquired a property up by the airport, and we moved all the physical rehabilitation out of Ethel Lund Medical Center here in Juneau and placed those into that facility. And that really has allowed us to begin our desire to offer specialty services here. And that is going, but it isn't quite all the way up yet. I think it works kind of well for folks that are in Juneau. One of the things that our board has directed us to do is come up with a plan to make available patient housing here in Juneau so folks can come to Juneau and receive those specialty services. And we have broken ground on the site. We're sort of waiting for the business plan to come together. Again, many of these things are complicated by the fact that we're not really getting federal dollars to do any of this. So we have to stage these things in a way that make responsible financial sense. And so bringing one thing on ahead of another there's a rhyme and a reason usually to doing those sorts of things. But sometimes I think just admittedly I could sense they're unsatisfactory to the outsider looking in. I mean, would say, why would you do this instead of that? And we really try to cascade these things together sort of as a form of financial responsibility so we can continue to grow the service offerings that we have, continue to improve the level of quality that we deliver in a way that we could financially sustain. And I think to date we have done that. Something really, really near and dear to my heart, and I think those of you in Juneau may have heard about it, but it is expanding pretty rapidly now, is really this opioid treatment center, opioid treatment clinics that we opened up here in Juneau. We had a great deal of success. Admittedly, it is a huge problem, and it's going to take a long time, and it's going to take doing more. But we have opened up an opioid treatment center, our clinic here downtown Juneau. We're looking for another location out in the valley. Again, to expand that access here. But I think what we were able to do by opening up here in Juneau is prove that the model works clinically and financially. And we were able to open up a second clinic in Sitka earlier this year, and that is really just now getting off the ground. But I think maybe something I'm super excited about is we're actually under construction now for a clinic, opioid clinic, to be open in Klawock here this late summer. So those services will be coming all around Southeast Alaska. And we are, if we can continue to grow this, I think we can get a little better handle on the situation. I think, as this epidemic of opioid addiction unfolds, the challenges are really evolving as well. I mean, we see a lot of this going from prescription drugs, doctors and caregivers maybe unintentionally providing people with these things to it really going into more of a fentanyl, heroin direction. And so I feel really good about what we're doing. Again, I sense that, people, and admit it, I understand it. They wish, why isn't it here today? Why isn't it here now? And I get that and understand that, but I assure you that we are working on it and we are rolling it out as quickly as we can. And again, I think probably most of us have experienced friends or family members that this is an affliction that they struggle with, and it really does hit close to home. So we are making investments throughout the region. I think currently right now we have either recently completed or are under construction for about $400 million on the books right now. We have about 1,700 employees throughout Southeast Alaska. And what I could share with you, maybe one of the number one struggles is we have 200 vacancies right now at Search. If you know people who are interested in coming to work for a dynamic, evolving organization, especially if they're nurses or dentists or dental hygienists, there's a great deal of opportunity. And it is something that I am very personally proud of. I spent the early part of my career, not even early, I'm an old man now, I guess, but I spent a lot of years working up in Anchorage. And when Rold decided to take on the helm up there in Anchorage at ANTHC, the opportunity for me to come home and do what I do here in Southeast Alaska after spending 15 years working in Anchorage, this is really what I felt was a dream come true, to have a multifaceted impact in the communities that I consider my home, you know, fishing up and down Southeast Alaska, playing basketball up and down Southeast Alaska. Well, I live in Sitka, born in Ketchikan, raised in Metlakatla. You know, I lived in Juneau for many years, and I consider, you know, this entire region my home. And the ability to deliver services, to work with friends, even when we don't always agree, and make an impact. You know, we talk about housing. Right now, I think, you know, we have, unfortunately, I mean, this is not our business, but we have, I think, 45 or 50 houses under construction today. It is an issue. And I talk with Jackie and President Peterson, you know, sometimes on a regular basis, sometimes here and there, but I think we get together and we spitball what the challenges and the problems are and how we might be able to work together to address those. You know, I think one of the things that I'm super excited about is your tribe's work really around behavioral health. And I think somebody was up talking about, you know, is there a conflict between the tribe and the housing authority doing housing? No, there's a great deal of need for housing, and it takes everybody to try to help solve that problem. And when President Peterson and I talked about this behavioral health challenge, we admitted that the more people we can get involved in trying to address this, the different perspectives on how to address it we can get involved, it's going to help our people. This is not about what Search is doing or what the tribe is doing. It's about the things that our people need, knowing not any one of us could fully address all of it. And what do they say? Many hands make short work. And that, I do believe that. I do believe President Peterson believes that. I believe Jackie believes that. I think, you know, See Alaska believes that. Any one of us can only do so much, unfortunately. And I wish I could do it all. I'm sure Jackie wishes she could do it all, and so does Anthony and Rick. But we're all trying as best we can to meet the needs of our constituents and our tribes, and our councils and our boards. And I embrace and enjoy that sort of collaborative participation. So I just want to thank you for your support on this activity that the tribe is undertaking, and thank you for all of your support for Search. You know, I know everybody appreciates this. Healthcare these days is a very difficult and demanding job. It is very satisfying, but it is also very, very stressful. And I do know, I talk with many of you when you share your disappointments or frustrations or concerns with me, but I also talk with you when you say, hey, this went really good and you saved somebody, you helped my uncle, you helped my mom, my grandma. So I don't shy away from that. It is hard to hear sometimes, but that's what I've been hired to do. And so I do like it. I like hearing the good and the bad, but ultimately I know that we all support one another on these things that we're trying to do. So again, just thank you for your time today. It is great to see all of you back in person, and I was really honored to be invited here to come share with you a little bit about what Search is doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuck. Do we have any questions for Chuck? And I only take two.
I was trying to get you back on time, sorry.
Oh, I know. But I know they want to talk to you.
Good morning. You were inches from a clean getaway, Chuck. I have a concern that I'd like to talk to you about. I think in some ways the insurance billing is driving how our providers are serving our people. I'll give you an example. I worked in Sacaton, Arizona, where those folks have the highest incidence of diabetes mellitus in the world. And when one of their patients comes, they might have 6 major illnesses that have to be dealt with in that same visit. In Sitka, at the hospital, make an appointment. The doctor will talk about one thing and one thing only, and it's time limited. So it's not according to what the need is, and what happens is the other 5 things that are wrong with that patient, they have to make another appointment, and maybe they have to wait months. And that is one of the reasons I put in a resolution this time for search to establish a gerontology program with a physician who is trained, with a nurse who is trained on that, and clerical support, because they can teach those other providers how to do that and manage it in a way that it still earns money for the corporation. But this one at a time thing is just not going to work for anybody, I don't think. And I thank you for your work and everything that you do, but I thought I'd better bring that up. So hopefully the board will look at that suggestion of a gerontology program that works with elderly, and so that we can have them as well as they can be. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Alexander. I don't disagree with you, and I think the way that we have delivered medicine over these last many years is on the precipice of change. As our population does get older, there is a need for a different approach for some of our patients, and I thank you for bringing that to my attention, and I'll talk with our staff about that.
Thank you.
Ganeshchish, neighbor.
Hi,
It's
Cass.
good to have you here in person, so thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be here. I've been an employee of Search for over 20 years and seen the growth. And one thing that, well, there's a couple things that stand out to me. And so right now I'm in grad school for my graduating with my MSW in December, working in physical therapy with patients on swing bed. I see a lot of complex care. Youth up to 18, elders with dementia are in the hospital way too long. It's not your fault, because it has to do with DOH regulations and licensing. There are meetings with DOH that providers are invited to. I keep my eye open for that, and it has to do with regulations and licensing that needs to be changed in statutes. I'd also like to put a plug in for the new hospital that I think it's important for physical therapy to have a social worker. It's not just their physical healing, it's their emotional healing. I've seen patients that get angry when they have a stroke and then another stroke, or they lose the ability to have full function in their body, and they don't know how to emotionally deal with it. And so think about that. And I'd also like to talk about, I'll be quick. Ethelund used to have cultural awareness taught, where people came in person and taught cultural awareness. My capstone project for UAA was the health and well-being of Alaska Native elders, understanding their values, understanding historical trauma, and understanding their values and way of life, teaching the staff basic Tlingit words like we learned this morning, just how to say, how are you? How to listen to them. I think that's key to have in person rather than rely us, because it's the health and well-being of our people. And lastly, I want to thank you for the policy that was created about 4 years ago for education assistance for employees that are fully benefited. I've benefited from that. And so just wanted to let people know, if they apply for one of those 100 jobs, there's education assistance of $4,500?
5,000.
5,000.
I believe it's 5,000.
And I have benefited from that.
Yeah.
To help with my education. So Ganeshchish, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Pook. Yeah, I appreciate all your years of service. I know, well, Lincoln's not here. I was going to tell the story about Lincoln being in the yearbook. But Yeah, I think, in Sitka, it's really interesting. I think the issue that you talked about is the length of stay for some of these patients when they don't have a place to go back to. If it's not safe for them to go back to their villages, but they're really not sick enough to be in the hospital, but there's not a safe enough place for them to go back to, or even in Sitka. And I do believe that when the new hospital gets finished, we're going to have some flexibility and latitude and opportunity that we've never had before because we have the old hospital. And so the opportunity to build a step-down unit, to build, some of those maybe vocational rehabilitation services sort of in a more medical environment, those will be opportunities that we have in front of us. And I think just so folks know, that's something we're sort of discussing on a pretty ongoing and evolving basis. But yeah, thank you, Cass.
Before you go, Ben, I just want to make sure Connie's the last question, okay?
Ben Cornell, Juneau, Alaska. I only have 100 questions.
I got all day.
I'll try to make it as short as I can. So anyway, I've been to your office a couple times, and I was impressed. You did an excellent job. I think the biggest problem is the breakdown in communications throughout your staff, but I know you're working very hard. I just want to say back in 2018, Gold Belt had the Anchorage Safety Patrol, and I kept the stats on the various corporations. I hit the top 5 corporations on my own time every time I went up there, and it was Arctic Slope, Bristol Bay, Nana, Chugiak, and Fognak in 2018. I told them the problem that we have with opiates, meth, now fentanyl, is we need a long-term hospital for 6 months to a year. All of these guys want to do it, but they didn't want to carry it on their back. So I went to Mayor Berkowitz and told him, you need, excuse me, you need a native ambassador. They had Nancy that worked with the homeless. I said, when you go there, I'm not going to believe you. I said, you need a native ambassador. So I just wanted to pass this on to you because I was looking at search, buying up everything. I was over at Sitka, and I'm impressed with the buildings. Is maybe working towards that 6 months to a year. It's going to be tough, but there are corporations, the big corporation, I hit the 5 top corporations. All of them wanted to do it. If I lived in Juneau, I know I could get it off the ground. I do not live in Juneau. My wife won't let me live in Anchorage. But anyway, I just want to say you're doing a good job, and maybe you could pick that ball up.
Yeah, I think they're, really around opioids and substance use disorder. I know it really is a breakdown of communication. There's lots of people that have lots of good intentions, and lots of people are actually doing a lot of good work, and we just don't all know what each other's doing. And that's to nobody's fault, right? I think to some degree, all of us have our heads down with our directives from our board. And the way that I think about this, President Peterson and I go on these stints. Like we'll go for 3 or 4 months and meet every month, and then something comes up and we don't meet for a year. And I think the idea that just bringing some formality to that is going to make everybody's lives a lot easier because it really is about communication. I have a lot of confidence in the approach Search has taken around opioids in particular. And what I didn't mention is in Sitka, we're in the process. There's a couple big things. I shouldn't let me stay up here too long. There's a couple things. We are doubling the size of our substance use disorder treatment program in Sitka. And so that's going to go to, it's going to, so if you want to come and stay in Sitka, if you're out in the region, that size is going to double. Right now, we're running 12 beds. It's going to go to 24 beds of housing available for people to come and stay at our housing and go receive alcohol or substance use disorder. I shouldn't say alcohol. Substance use disorder treatment in Sitka. That is unfolding right now. We're transitioning that as we move Ravensway over to Juneau. Those housing is going to be available. And I believe in that model as well. I think other people have different ideas about the approach that they want to take, and I think that's okay. I mean, other people could have different ideas, but I think, the most important thing we could do is get that information out there, because this is probably the first time some of you are hearing about it. And so I think the better we can communicate that, the better off we're going to be. I see Clinton back there. Maybe I could hijack his question. I mean, just what I forgot to mention that I think is important to a lot of people in this room is in Prince of Wales, where we are expanding the clinic hours in Cloac, Clinton. But the goal is to have that facility open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I just saw him back there. He's just working himself up to get to the mic, so making me nervous. But thank you so much.
Yeah, and just one last part. Rogue was aware of everything I was doing when he was up there at Alaska Native Medical Center. So I just want somebody else to pick up the ball. But what's astounding was the percentage. When I went to these top 5, I said, you're 5%, you're 7%, you're 12%. See, Alaska was at 31%. We have our people up there and they're suffering. I
Yeah.
just wanted our assembly to know that because we need to do something. Thank you.
Well, and specifically to that, I mean, this is a conversation President Peterson and I specifically had, which is really about opening an opioid treatment center in Anchorage. And it's a little bit of a tiptoe thing because there is a tribal health organization up there. They've declined to take this on. But I think, President Peterson was sort of pushing me maybe a little bit outside my comfort zone to step on somebody else's toes potentially.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Sandra Demert, Juneau delegate. I lived on Prince Wales from 2000 to 2009, and then from 06, and then 2009 to 2012. I worked there as a drug and alcohol counselor, and I've been a drug and alcohol counselor for 25 years, mostly in Anchorage. But I really am excited about your opiate and your substance abuse programs. Thank you. On another note, the island has opened up to non-natives, and a lot of the native people can't get appointments at the clinic when I was there. My elder, Irene, had a tough time getting an appointment, so did my elder, Alma. And when they did get an appointment, because they were elders, their questions or their health concerns weren't as important as a younger person because they're elderly, and I don't know what that has to do with anything, but that's how they felt, And I have a brother there that wasn't treated with dignity, and he's a veteran. And they treated him so poorly that he went to the other mental health, or the other facility in Craig. So my question to you, are you going to open up Juneau to non-natives? And how are you managing the influx of people that are coming? I felt in my heart, healthcare should be open to everybody, but when it comes to natives, it's harder.
Yeah.
So
I think, having lived in Prince of Wales and folks down at Prince of Wales, I think really understand that, one of the big challenges is just provider recruitment and retention on the island there. We've had positions that have been open for multiple years.
Yeah.
And so, as I sort of jumped the line there, I think, this is going to continue to be a challenge for us. And it's a challenge for rural healthcare around the state, but Prince of Wales is not your standard rural place because there's a lot of people there. They just happen to be in lots of small communities.
Yeah.
So you have the challenges of recruitment to a rural community, but it has a large population. And so our latest attempt to try to propose a solution to this is really by expanding the hours and then expanding the days of the week. So there's just that many more clinics available. I think the other issue related to the potential connect or disconnect between elders and caregivers is probably a little bit more challenging. Having done this for almost 30 years now, I think one of the things that I see consistently, it really comes down to a communication issue, communication styles. You know, as a young person from Wisconsin, you know, your way of interacting with an elder, especially from an Alaska Native background, is going to be a little bit foreign at times. And I think that is something that we have to address. And I think really tackling it from, you know, this idea, you know, there was the comment earlier around cultural orientation and those sorts of things. And that's something that's been really on our radar since pre-COVID. And it's something we used to do, and then something comes up and it stops, and then we do it again. It's not working like it should, and we pick it up again. And we were kind of down the road on another refresh of that whole approach. I mean, we have these old videos, we spliced them all together with Ethel and on all these things. It's actually pretty cool because we do it, you can do it at your desk now. And that I think that person might have just got scooped up by Central Council, so I'm not quite sure where that's at. It was coming down the home stretch. It was looking really nice. But that's a part of it, right? It's just this communication disconnect. I honestly, and I hope in my heart, there isn't any intentionality to it. I don't think most people get into the business of healthcare to not help people. But if you don't know how to engage people where they're at, that's going to become a challenge over time.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Bray from Huna. See, I lost a nephew from fentanyl. So I was wondering if Search is working with the communities to have something like Narcan to reverse their effects.
Yeah.
You know, because it just, you know, they worked on it for a long time, but they still couldn't get him back.
Yeah, Narcan should be available in all of our clinics. I think, you know, as we continue to roll out the opioid treatment program, doing more education in the communities is going to be helpful. Again, this is an issue that is very close to my heart. It's something I've seen with friends and family, and it's completely devastating and demoralizing. And I think this is an issue I do believe we could get a pretty reasonable handle on. I believe that in my heart, that with some hard work and a little bit of time, the issues related to opioids and specifically fentanyl, I do believe that it can be addressed. I believe in my heart that we can do that. And I think Search can play a leading role in that.
Well, I was just wondering, you know, the clinic was closed at the time when he started working on my nephew. So I was wondering about, you know, working with the police. The police were there, but they didn't have anything. So anyway, that would be something that you can talk to the police department or something. Another question is, I used to be on a search board, and Leonard Cato had created a foundation for helping patients get around communities. So I used to get a card from them for donations of money, but right now I don't get it anymore. So just curious where that's at. Thank you. Ashish.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the Healing Hand Foundation that is still in existence. At one time, it's got an independent board of directors, some IRS rules, but it is still active. And I think I have a meeting with them early next week. And I'll bring that up. And I know they still provide escort services and non-formulary prescriptions and things like that. But I think I remember that as well. And now that you say that, I haven't gotten. Mine's on auto deposit. I'll get you an auto deposit form.
Mr. Kadek? Delbert, I did say that Ms. Simpson was going to be the last question. She will be the last question, and Mr. Cook, keep it short.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Clinton Cook from Craig. Just following up, it's kind of same along the lines of Sandy Demert is, you know, healthcare is a balance with money. I get it. everything revolves around money, housing, healthcare, tribes. But it seems the business of search has become billing. We spend more time at the clinic filling out Medicare forms or Medicaid applications, trying to capture that monies. And along with that, the non-Indigenous people seem to get better services than we do from search. A lot of complaints in our island come as we have opened up the healthcare to non-Indigenous when Peace Health has a clinic in Craig. I understand the balance you need to create better healthcare with monies, but when our people suffer due to that healthcare diminishing because you can't fit all people in it one day, it hurts our people. Search was formed by tribes for our healthcare, not for non-Indigenous healthcare. That's been a challenge, I understand, and I enjoy the fact that you are buying up properties around Southeast to put healthcare facilities in every village. When you first came on board as CEO, you met in Craig, and I remember, you know, you wanted to see our healthcare facility. Well, we didn't have one. We have one in Craig. It's behavioral health, it's optometry. We don't have a medical doctor, but having that presence, knowing you're coming is good. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry if I made you feel like I was going to attack you. I wasn't. And thank you.
Thanks, Clinton. Yeah, you know, we have these conversations all the time, and I appreciate them. And what I will say is the services available to us as Alaska Natives here in Southeast Alaska has expanded exponentially. There are things, you know, from the time of Alma to the clinic today, it's unrecognizable. Getting 3D MRIs, getting CT scans, having an opioid clinic. You know, I mean, and it all is a balance. And I remember having this conversation with my board, and I think that, you know, it's like if you open a fireworks stand and only sold fireworks to Alaska Natives. I mean, it's going to serve a purpose, but how do you find that balance to make the money to expand services for Alaska Natives, right? And it is a really, it's an art and not a science. I try to navigate that path with my board and with all of you as the tribes and say, hey, if we could capture the revenue for billing, we can build an opioid clinic. We could build a new hospital. I mean, I think as Jackie so clearly stated, the feds are not really sitting around to help us out. We got to figure out as Alaska Natives how to help ourselves. And I also think that most of us come from blended families. It's Native and non-Native. My dad is white. My mom is Native. And in Metlakatla, there was a time it was very hard for my dad to get services there. I mean, that's not the case anymore. He's there all the time. He's an old man. But I mean, there really is a balance, right? As Alaska Natives taking care of our communities and families and being leaders in that. And again, I am not the guy to stand on high and say what's right and what's wrong. I'm trying to put it together with all the inputs that I have to the best benefit of our communities and what's going to bring the most value to us as Alaska Natives, what's going to bring the most value to us as people in a community, people part of a family. And again, that's not me. That's Mr. Jack, you know, that's Sid, that's, you know, that's our board. And it's not easy, and we have the time. I mean, you're on the board. I mean, you hear me talk about this stuff all the time. You tell me something, I'll do it. It's that simple, but let me share with you the bigger picture, right? So thank you.
Thank you.
Connie Simpson, Seattle delegate. I spent most of my life in Sitka, Heidelberg, and now retired and living in Seattle. Anyway, as I worked in education all of my life, Sheldon Jackson, until they closed, not a few years before they closed, and then education director for Sitka Tribe. And right now, what I see as the biggest need is get our own professionals. And we've lost opportunities to establish a tribal college when Sheldon Jackson was available, and it went to arts program. But I think that, and then right now, the situation right now is I've been in Ketchikan about 8 or 10 times this past 2 years, and I've met a lot of visiting nurses, and what they're coming, there's such a big turnover. I believe there's a big turnover in search with in the medical profession. And so I think that there should be some resources available right now, and it starts with the parent, though, and encouraging the kids to go into the medical field. But what is lacking, actually, is the visiting nurses, the doctors that come through. If you could even get a doctor in a place like Ketchikan, is that they don't have the cultural. And that's one thing. Ethel Lund, I remember her having the blankets, and all the patients that came into Mount Edgecombe had a blanket. And some of the people that were working, natives that were working in the middle with search at the time, always went, presented the blanket, and it was all voluntary, the blanket, the culture, and it made a difference in the care of the patients. So I know that a college, tribal college, that there's been funds available for it for years, but as far as I know, Alaska, even up north, they have not. And there could be, there was a RN program when I worked at Sheldon Jackson, and so we did some of the training right there in the RN program. And so I just think that our own people working with our elderly people and our sick people is a lot better than having people that are coming up just for the money. And so many of them are just committing to 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you're spot on, 100%. You know, it is something, long-term, the only way we're going to solve some of these problems is to grow our own. I mean, and I think, you know, so at Search, we have medical assistant training, we have dental assistant training, behavioral health, DHAT types of things to get people on that path. But I do think maybe somewhere along the week here, President Peterson may be talking about his aspirations for a tribal college. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. We've talked about it several times because we've identified the same need. And again, I agree with you. And I think up till this point, I don't know of doing that level of education is really, if it serves our patients, our communities the best for Search to do that, but it probably works to partner with someone who can take the lead on something like that, and we supply them with students and experts to help participate. But I think you're spot on identifying the problem and a potential solution.
Thank you.
Delbert, I did say that Connie was going to be the last question. We're now an hour behind on the agenda. I have to move us on. So if you want to talk to Chuck, you can talk to him outside.
Well, Madam Chair, I really think that, you know, we spend a lot of money, you guys spend a lot of money to take us here, bring us here to ask the questions, and it's only one time out of the year we get to ask the people that are in front of us for accountable, for a benchmark to see where we're at from the years before there. What did you do when we asked you a question a couple years ago, and where have we come? And to me, I feel like I'm getting robbed there because we shouldn't have to race up here to ask the questions there. We should all be able, whoever lines up here should be able to ask the questions there.
Thank you, Mr. Kadek, for that comment. We are an hour behind on the agenda. Mr. Price, we're going to move on with the agenda.
Madam Chairman?
Mr. Price?
Yes, I just want to make a comment. you know, by having other people in our hospital helps pay the expenses for the hospital, and we're able to give better service to all the people. And, you know, our people have been discriminated for years. Let's not discriminate. We know what it's like. We don't need to treat people that way. We have grandchildren that are coming up, great-grandchildren, mixed marriages that are in our tribes. Let's not discriminate. If you're going to treat people that way, my great-grandchildren will not be allowed in the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Moving on with the
Yeah,
agenda, Mr.
yes,
Sanderson, I'm moving on with the agenda.
Madam Chair, respectfully, I would like to ask for a privilege of the floor. Some of the conversations that were going around about fentanyl, we were listening closely. So our host would like the privilege of the floor, followed by Helene. I know we're behind time, but I think what he has to say is extremely important to our delegation.
Okay, all right, I'll allow it.
You're the chair.
Okay, Mr. Jackson.
I want to thank you all. We just lost a family member not too long ago today in Seattle from fentanyl. Anytime we talk about medicine, whether we're loud or not, we're healing. It's part of healing. That's who we are as Tlingit people, Tsimshian and Haida people. If we don't discuss it, then we're covering it up. I want to thank our brother for discussing it. Roger Suckanoff died on the streets of Seattle trying to get home this morning. It's my nephew, my daughter's cousin. Cora Joseph lives in Klawak, that's her grandson. The mystery of this pandemic is incredible. Fentanyl is not a prejudice disease that attacks everybody. Everybody. Father, I lift my family up. Father, bring the right spirit into the house of the Jackson family and the Suckanoff family, as well as the families that are sitting here, Father. Bring the right spirit into this house when we speak of medicine in this pandemic that's plaguing the United States and around the world. I thank my brothers and sisters for discussing the discussion they had. It's part of our healing as human people. Father, be with my daughter as she goes through this loss, and be with our family. We will be better people for that. We will not stand alone in this. I thank everybody for standing with us today. Peace, Father. Peace upon my family. Peace upon my delegates here. We ask you this in your precious name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I work for KIC. I'm not, I don't use Search's services, but I'd like to thank Search for expanding and doing more with the opioid epidemic we have going on. They were asking about fentanyl kits. There's a program called Project Hope that you can get online and request fentanyl kits, and you can just give them out. We give them out like candy. It's free. We might as well use it. It's called Project Hope, and I hope that each of your little clinics or Search or everybody uses them, because they're pretty awesome. They give it out for free. Just wanted everyone to know that.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your time very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Moving on with the agenda. I've been asked to remind you all that the documents are being downloaded or uploaded to Onboard. If you're having trouble with accessing the documents on Onboard, let the floor crew know, and they will get to you and have IT assist you with that. So make sure you're looking at that. This next guy I just met about 5 minutes ago. This is Anthony Malat. He is Tlingit, Saquidi, Ego Kilauea, Athabascan from the Caribou Clan, former VP with Bank of America's Capital Markets before coming to Sealaska in 2006. When he got to Sealaska, he was Chief Investment Officer and Treasurer, and he is now President and CEO. Please help me in welcoming Anthony Malat.
Gunakchish, Madam Chair. Gunakchish Anyat Kusani for inviting me to speak to you. Gunakchish Hawa, President Peterson, Executive Council, delegates. The conversations this morning, they're real. They're real to all of us. They're real to Sealaska. And I want to highlight this as our starting slide. I'll cover our businesses. I'll cover our internal efforts focused on education and career development. But when we think of the efforts that Sealaska puts forward, the area that will make the biggest difference for all of us is that third bubble, the partnerships. Exactly what Chuck just mentioned, working together with the same vision that is built up from our communities is what's going to make the difference over time. And when I stand up here and I hear housing, it's the very first thing that we hear in every single one of our communities. Opioids is number 2. This is, when we think of that partner bubble, it's not just Sealaska, Tlingit Haida Regional Housing Authority, Search, Tlingit and Haida, all of our local tribes, all of our village corps. It's the federal government and the state government, and as many individuals that want to work on these issues with us. And when we expand that partnership list, it just brings in more resources to tackle these problems that we know our communities face. Again, the concept of us wishing we had more resources is real. We just have to go ask for them. And when we think of why Sealaska is focused on education and career development, there's 2 reasons. Having Search covers so many of our healthcare priorities, allows Sealaska to focus on education, have Tlingit and Haida and all of our local tribes doing the great work that they do with our tribal citizens. As the for-profit corporation, thinking about 100 years out, what is going to continue to elevate the success of all of our entities? It's having more successful youth, having youth with a stronger education, greater capacity, and coming back to our communities and making the difference that all of you are making right now. Just double it, triple it. And that's why when we think about education, it's an area that all of us can work on, and we partner together. If I go to the next slide, please. So as the for-profit corporation, we don't have the connection to the federal government. The for-profit corporation, we have to manage our businesses to be growing in their capacity to create income for Sealaska, income that then comes back in the form of dividends and shareholder benefits. That's why the focus on our businesses is so important. Historically, businesses in our mind have been disconnected from who we are. We know as Sealaska, one of the greatest pieces of strategy that we've committed to is we want to operate businesses that matter to us. We all care about ocean health. We know the effects of climate change. We see it. Having companies that care about combating climate change, working in industries that can make a difference, sustainable seafood. We have a business focused on selling high-quality, sustainably sourced seafood from the best managed fisheries in the world: Alaska, Norway, Iceland. And being in this industry, we can just push to continually improve the management of the fisheries within these systems. They're not perfect. I say they're the best managed in the world. They can be better. We want to be part of that. In hydrosciences, one of the biggest solutions we can put forward to address climate change is more renewable energy. Get off oil. So the bulk of our efforts in hydrosciences is based off of expanding offshore wind development and increasing renewable energy. Some of the best ways to look at what we do, if we go to the next slide, is in pictures. And we're continually trying to increase the information that we have out there for our shareholders about what our businesses do. So on the left here, what is geotechnical engineering? Geotechnical engineering is drilling into the marine environment or the land environment and describing what the geotechnical information of that area provides for development, and specifically around maintaining good water sources, clean water sources. So a lot of environmental services around that. And the project on the left here is specifically some pre-development meant to address sea level rise and the effect of climate change on the West Coast. On the right here, we do drilling geotechnical work to define what the best cable route is for offshore wind development. And we drill again on land all the way out into the marine environment. We do it in a safe and sound manner with many layers of permitting and assessments of effects on marine wildlife. We want to grow that business. Right now, the work of geotechnical services on the left is just on the West Coast. We are expanding it across the West Coast. The work on offshore wind development is on the West Coast, the East Coast, and in Europe. The platform for growth for these businesses is immense. They're winning contracts at a rate that is exciting, and an acknowledgement of how critical it is, the work that we need to do to address climate change. Our businesses in 2022 grew, and our annual report is coming out. We're going to have community meetings. We're going to have our annual meeting. We're going to have virtual sessions, lots of opportunities to hear this story again. But I just want to highlight that our businesses grew in 2022, a year that had significant difficulties in terms of inflation, rising interest rates, economic disruption, and our businesses still grew because we're in industries that are so critical. I'll go to the next page. I want to highlight the quick transition of what we do with our income. Our businesses are not our only income source. Our board has dedicated setting aside long-term investment funds that will provide benefits for our shareholders today and forever into the future, our grandchildren's grandchildren's grandchildren's. These investment funds provide $1.2 million annually in scholarships to students. 540 scholarship applicants in 2023. It was the greatest number of scholarship applicants we've ever had. We provide elder benefits. We have a language revitalization fund. We have our permanent fund that provides long-term dividends, stable long-term dividends. These investment funds are another source of financial strength for Sea Alaska. When we think of describing the results of our 2022 financial results, having so many growing investment funds, we'll face bad years where the stock market and the bond market is down. Having these funds and dedicating the commitment to managing these funds for the long term allow us to manage through down years like 2022 and not have a break in the growing programs that we have. I forgot to mention the other reason, education and workforce development. We've been surveying our shareholder base for 40 years. Education, youth programming, workforce development have been in our top 5 every single year, decade after decade. It's what our shareholders expect and want from Sealaska. That's the other reason. And so when we think about how we deliver education and shareholder benefits, we have great partners. We have Sealaska Heritage Institute, we have Spruce Root, we have TNH. We're doing programs with Tlingit and Haida Regional Housing Authority. Would love to work more with Search, use that partnership model to expand all the workforce and career opportunities that are available to us, to our shareholders and tribal citizens. But in terms of how we describe shareholder benefit, we think just as long and hard about the strategies within our shareholder programs as we do on our businesses. And we have teams of people, if we go to the next slide, that just think about how do we utilize the resources we have, again, limited resources, to make the greatest impact for our shareholders. How do we think about the entire leadership development cycle, the entire development cycle for a youth, all the way to leadership development? And how do we create programs that fill in gaps, missing gaps, for that ultimate goal of more leaders in our communities, expanding the good work that we all do? If we go to the next slide. Again, a area of strategic thinking that is just going to grow and continue. We have fantastic staff. Our board is dedicated to this. Tesla Cox and her team put this work together. They think about this every day. How do we improve every single step of a youth's development cycle? Go to the next page. I'm highlighting kind of, this is our public policy work, advocacy. And then we're going to release our shareholder survey results. Advocating for our way of life, for our native way of life, our native rights, was the #1 priority for our shareholders in the recent survey. There's so many areas that we need to continue to fight for. Sealaska has expanded its public policy advocacy presence. We have a policy board, the Hugsta Committee, Naktuat, chaired by Wathagidak, and the board puts a lot of effort into leaning into this shareholder priority where we think we can make the biggest difference. Going back to DC, telling our delegation not just issues that Sealaska cares about, but housing, opioid epidemic. Work with our partners that have the means to make a difference in this area because it's not getting better. I'll quickly point out some of the policy priorities. Every year until it's done, the landless legislation will be our top priority. These communities have waited far, far too long. That's going to, again, be the top priority until it's finalized. But we know that working on our traditional way of life is another way that we need to improve the systems of management for our traditional way of life. We support and we share, President Peterson sends TNH's policy priorities to us. We coordinate and we support each other's efforts, and we do the same with our local tribes and our village corps as well. If we go to the next page, couple final pages, our communications team. We talked about the importance of communication and being able to tell all of our stories. That needs to be an active part of what we do. We have a great communication team that wants to improve. They want to tell our shareholders stories, they want to tell our community stories, and they want to put forward communications that you all care about. Last page, just as a highlight of some of the long-term strategic initiatives that they are taking on. So again, our focus on business, our focus on growing our investment funds allows us to expand our strategic thinking and our strategic programming in areas that our shareholders care about. And for the over 5,000 shareholders that responded to our survey, Gunak Chish, your voice matters to us. It's what creates our mandate to move forward with this programming. Gunak Chish, and thank you for allowing me to be here with you today. I do want to highlight just the interconnectivity Sealaska has with Tlingit and Haida. If all of our directors could stand up, I know they've been many in and out. Our chair, Joe Nelson, in back, Wathagadoc, Morgan Howard, Karen Togg, Lisa Lang was here, Mick Beasley, Barbara Caliente Nelson, Richard Reinhardt. Oh, Connor Ulmer, our board youth advisor. I want to also ask our current and former SPC members to stand up. I know Monica's here. Dooner and Shirley have been part of the SPC. Want to highlight the opportunity there to, oh, Mary, thank you. Don't want to miss anybody. Great opportunity, oh, Cecilia, sorry. Don't want to miss the opportunity to highlight this additional way to engage with Sealaska and provide your input is with our shareholder participation committees. And I want to thank our past directors who continue to serve both Sealaska and Tlingit and Haida. We have Sid Edenshaw, Jackie Peda, and Ed Thomas. Thank you for your past service. Gunak Chish.
Finish Chish, Anthony. So we're going to move on with our agenda because we have so many delegates who are also Sealaska board members. Your questions can go to them, and and Anthony will be here. There will also be community visits all around the communities very soon as they start their campaigning season. So we're going to move, Mr. Martin.
I have a question I think everybody should hear. When you're talking about working with North Atlantic sustainable seafoods, are you talking about farm fish? No farm fish. Good for you, thank you. And then the other question I have is, whenever grants are given to tribes across the country and in Alaska, why are corporations, if they're supposed to be self-sustaining, be included and stated same as tribes when you're not 100% tribal members? And so I'm wondering how in the world did that happen? Well, I can answer.
So in my mind, the only time and reason that an ANC would go after a tribal federal grant is if our unique situation in Alaska is not addressed. So I'll give you an example. Whenever there's a nationwide grant that says Indian country, Alaska is left out. If they say this grant applies for development on Indian country, if not for the ANCs. And when we do apply for federal grants, we work with our local tribes as co-applicants, and we get letters of support that our local tribes, TNH, all agree that this is a good thing for ANCs to be involved with because we're different in Alaska. We have the ANCs, they're the landowner. There are so many land-based programs that we have access to that this money would not be coming to Alaska if we had no federal connection. And so those are the reasons, but we know the sensitivity. We have a resolution that addresses our respect and care for tribal sovereignty, and we will never step into that realm. We work with Tlingit and Haida and our other local tribes to make sure that as we apply, which is very limited. It's nowhere, we could probably give a percentage of federal grants we go after compared to our tribes, and it's going to be in the single percentiles. The number one rule is we ask the tribes first, so we don't compete. Gunakchish.
One more quick question is your involvement in repatriation. When you do get those items back, do you turn them back to the tribes that had original ownership, or do you keep them and put them in your museum?
We have MOUs with all of our local tribes if they have the capacity to take those. But in fact, Tlingit and Haida has asked that they are the sole entity that works on repatriation, so we've respected that. And I don't believe SHI has done any repatriation for years. So we being SHI, still support tribal repatriation, but we've taken a step back because of the request that this should be tribal.
Thank you, Dr. King.
Mr. Kadek, hold on. We've got a question online. There's been delegates waiting to ask questions online. And then I'll take a question from Mr. Kadek, Mr. Cook, and that's going to be it. And Mr. Micklin, please keep it short.
A challenge. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malat. I certainly support the shareholders' will that Sealaska apply its resources to advocacy for tribal way of life and cultural interests. I do thank you for collaboration with President Peterson and the Office of the President and the Executive Council. I do think there's a lot of work to do. We've long had a list of except in Alaska provisions that have disinterested tribes in Southeast. An example is the exclusion of funding for tribal courts that we took 10 years to overcome. And recently there's been legislation with definition of tribal governments that still excludes interests of particularly IRA tribes or any tribe in Alaska that doesn't have land holdings in that could be defined as Indian land or tribal land. And those are specific language that we have relief if the Congress would accept those. And my perception is they listen more closely to Sealaska, and we would like to collaborate with you and share that language so we can get that specific language, which is meaningful for tribal interests, particularly in Southeast, to affect that change. And as a tribal government, I think we're the best vehicle for that advocacy. So thank you for for asking your shareholders what their interests are, and I believe can work in support. Thank you.
Gunakchish, yes, please send that to us. We have some delegations going out to DC in coming weeks, have multiple planned trips out there. And when TNH shows up and says, this is what we need, and then Sealaska comes and says, this is what we need, and the message is the same, when Search comes there with our local tribes and they hear the same message over and over, it gives them the impetus to create the change that we're looking for. Gunakchish.
Delbert, Kara, I did say after Mr. Cook, then we're going to move on because we do have board members that are delegates. We have Karen Togg from Haines, we have Morgan Howard from Seattle, and we have Barbara Blake and Juneau if you have any other questions. So Mr. Cook will be the last question we take. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Kadek.
All right, thank you. I was going to ask for the suspension of the rules there because, this is a really important time of the year for us to be, when these people come and make reports in front of us there, we want to ask questions there for our communities and who we represent, because we're all here for the same reason, for the same people that we do represent there. And this is the only time of the year that we can ask the questions there. So we need to be, this is not our meeting there. This is the delegates meeting there. They're here to represent their communities there. They should be able to ask the questions there. But
I don't have a question or anything for you there, Anthony, but I want to tell you there publicly, like a while ago there, I brought up there that when we ask you a question in front of all our delegation there, now, starting now, from next year, what are you going to do between now and next year? Let's work together there. Just think how powerful we're going to be if we all work together. Clinton, Haida, and Sea Alaska there, and all the small regional corporations. The non-native people will be scared of us. What they like right now is us fighting with each other.
Yep.
They watch us every time we do anything. We tell people election time.
Good cheese.
This is what I'm going to do for you when I get in there. Well, when they get in there, they forget all about the people till the next election there. We need to start working together, show the people that we do care, because we all represent the same people there. We represent shareholders, we represent tribal members, we represent the citizens of the little communities or whatever community you come from there. So if we show them there that we're one big force there, instead of going out and tell people there that we're working together, we're not working together. Until we actually do that, sit face to face and discuss our problems, or whether I had a problem with Anthony Malat from 20 years ago or 10 years ago, we should put that aside, because we tell people, we promise people that we're going to do the best to represent them there, and that's what we should do there. Let's put all our differences aside and we'll go together as a unit and just think how much we're going to accomplish. But I appreciate everything that you're doing there, Mr. Malat.
Good cheese. Appreciate that.
Good morning, Anthony. Clinton
Morning.
Cook, delegate from Craig. I appreciate your slideshow and the fact that you're trying to make Sea Alaska the best regional corporation in Alaska. We're all shareholders. We're all proud of our accomplishments. One thing small tribes have challenges with is land. You are the biggest landowner in the Tongass, other than some municipalities, but I would like to see Alaska work with tribes so we can have lands to develop. We have access to the federal dollars. We can help housing authorities. We can help Clinton Haida. We can help search, put services in our communities that we don't have simply because we don't have land. I seen in our slideshow amendment of ANSCA. Craig is a perfect example of what happened to ANSCA with 14C3. The city took the land and developed it, and the tribes are left with nothing. I'd like to see an amendment approached about a nonprofit land from ANSCA from a point when the landless people do get land that they so deservedly deserve. There should be a portion of ANSCA that allows nonprofits such as tribes to access this land. Thank you.
Good cheese. That's definitely something to follow up with. Would love to talk to you about it. Yeah.
All right, moving on with our agenda, we have Community and Behavioral Health. Dr. Tina Woods is, and I'm not going to get it right, Anugak Aleut from St. Paul Island and Chamorro Island of Guam. She takes our traditional values to heart and brings them with her to her work. She blends both Western and Science Indigenous practices in her work. And help me welcome Dr. Tina Woods, the Senior Director of Community and Behavioral Health here at Central Council. I'm very excited about the program that she's started.
Ong, ong, hello, hello, and good morning, everyone. My name is Tina Woods. I'm the daughter of the late Maria Shishnikov. My mother was Nunga, originally from St. Paul Island. I'm also the daughter of the late Juan Duenas Leon Guerrero. My father was Chamorro from the island of Guam. I'm one of 11 siblings. I'm second to the youngest. I'm married to my husband, Daniel Woods, who's from Rampart. He's Koyukon Athabascan. And we have two children, Jasmine, who attends Alaska Pacific University in Anchorage, and then our son, Hunter, who attends DZ Middle School, and he's in the 6th grade. My family moved to Juneau 2 years ago. As of next month, we'll be living here. President Peterson, Tribal Assembly delegates, Executive Council, elders, and citizens, I'm honored to be here to share in detail about the Division of Community and Behavioral Services, and particularly the incredible work of our team. I want to start by acknowledging the fact that our culture is what will heal us. Ideally, through the work that we do today, we want to ensure that our children grow up proud of who they are as Indigenous people and be unfamiliar with the disproportionate rates of addiction, mental health issues, child abuse, domestic violence, suicide, and other social illnesses. All of the programs that I will be sharing are grant funded, and as you know, often grants require reference of evidence-based treatment versus practice-based or culturally responsive treatments unique to our people. Our team effectively blends two worlds, ensuring that our tribal citizens have multiple options for their healing journey. We work in a fully integrated fashion to ensure the highest quality of care. We have to think of behavioral health as an entire spectrum of services, from prevention, intervention, postvention, recovery, and it will take all of us to do the work and heal together. An addiction is an addiction regardless of the drug. The problem is that the drugs are getting harder and killing our people faster. What we observe coming into the CBS Healing Center are tribal citizens ranging from children to elders suffering with mental health and addictive substances who require professional supports and wraparound services, including referrals to services that we do not offer, such as medication-assisted treatment or psychiatric medication management. Our ultimate job through CBS and the tribe is to help guide our people back to Native ways of knowing. What I know for a fact is that all of us in this room, we were all born with the ability to heal ourselves. It truly is within us. In fact, no one knows our story better than us. Our team creates a space using our tribal values to support people's healing journey. Most human beings crave to feel connected, feel a sense of self-worth, a sense of belonging, and our culture offers that. Key factors in how we heal in the CBS Healing Center is first establishing trust. If you feel safe and connected, you will be able to begin the healing process. Trust often leads to willingness to participate in activities good for our soul. Secondly, building authentic relationship with our participants is crucial, and demonstrating empathy, confidentiality, and no judgment. Often, our people, our family members sit in their bodies feeling shame, guilt, blame, anger, which are all common emotions due to trauma. A special project that we launched in 2022 and continue to refine is our Culture Heals online platform, which is paired with 24/7, 365 days a year crisis hotline. It was originally launched to address addiction. However, it is evolving to address holistic health, including acknowledgement of the past, recognition of the current issues and how they evolved, and most important, healing into the future through our culture. I will now take a moment to show a brief video summarizing our efforts and acknowledgement of this work. How do I play this?
A path to healing starts with acknowledgement and understanding. Acknowledging the past, residential boarding schools, genocide, and understanding the impact intergenerational trauma has had on our people, our culture, and our languages. We've lost sisters and brothers, the missing and murdered stolen from us. We've lost people to drugs, alcohol, and suicide. But we're we're gaining a new understanding of what it means to be Indigenous and how we can overcome the harmful effects of colonization. While trauma runs deep, our roots as Native people are deeper. We know that culture heals. Our future is bright as we return to the land to nourish our bodies and feed our souls.
I never eaten any fish like this before. Grandma Ruth Demert said, Hayu Khatungi Kainatsin. Our language is growing stronger.
As our children learn the language of their ancestors, as our people celebrate in the streets, rejoicing in our regalia, we are not just surviving, we are thriving. We are strong, we are proud, we are Indigenous.
The Culture Hills platform is only one of several ways for our 34,000 plus tribal citizens across the nation to access a doorway towards their own healing, regardless of where they live, connecting them to their culture, language, and songs. You will observe on this slide, all of the services we offer are consistent with other outpatient clinics throughout the state, including telehealth options for participants from remote communities. I think what makes CBS Healing Center unique for Tlingit and Haida is that it is the heart of many incoming referrals, both internally and externally. For instance, as examples, with our reentry and recovery program, our team takes time to conduct intake assessments, which can be a very timely process to determine eligibility and get somebody into the non-congregate shelters. We also provide mental health and substance use for those participants. Participants coming through our community advocacy program, individuals who've been victimized by crime, require time-sensitive crisis intervention and counseling, where our advocates can walk right across the street and do a warm handoff while these individuals are so seriously traumatized. Our tribal vocational rehabilitation program, we receive referrals for counseling support, psychological testing to assist with diagnoses for eligibility and resources. We provide many healing activities and groups. We offer a variety of groups to youth and adults, both in person and some hybrid options for those not located in Juneau. Anything from parenting classes, substance use issues, crafting, coping skills, and more. I want to acknowledge our very own Jennifer Brown. She is our community and family engagement specialist. Jenny was recognized recently as a Woman of Distinction Award. Many of these groups on the screen and many of our community outreach activities, Jenny is responsible for leading those efforts. Through our community advocacy work, addressing individuals who've been victimized by crime, we are hosting the first ever Women's Healing Retreat and the first ever Men's Healing Summit. We know, since we've started the work with the CBS Healing Center, that the importance of creating space that's unique for our men is important. It is really hard to reach our men, and the work that we are doing in preparation for the Healing Summit is quite incredible. We have partnered with our friends from Haida Gwaii, who will join us to facilitate a workshop on how to start a men's healing group in your respective communities. That will be taking place August 16th through the 17th here at the Andrew Hope Building. As you can see, we are creating multiple opportunities for our people to heal, because healing looks different for everyone, and the entrance to healing is different for everyone. We know that we cannot do this work alone, and it will take all of us to make a difference. In addition to the work of the Healing Center, our clinical team is also responsible for providing clinical supports to the Wellness Court. I will now show you a brief video on our Wellness Court program.
Ha-tu-ye-ti. It is within us. It's within us to heal and to be strong.
Wellness Court is a therapeutic kind of court program that focuses on an individual's healing and what kind of got them to the place that they're at.
It allows youth, troubled youth, and adults who are ready to make changes in their lives with respect to their mental health, or if they have a substance abuse issue, that allows them to start walking on a different path.
With Indigenous folks, we have intergenerational trauma that goes back like through relatives, and the way that people have been brought up, and it just kind of continues to go on and on and on. And if it's left untreated and nobody ever really experiences that healing, it's just the way you live.
I marvel at people that are surviving and being successful because they've all experienced the same thing I've experienced, and probably even far greater.
To be able to face whatever traumas that our people went through and that we've gone through personally.
It eats you up inside. If you don't tell your story, it's going to eat you up inside, and it's going to come out somehow.
But Wellness Court through Tlingit and Haida has a different component. The component is culturally sensitive to the unique community of the natives here in Southeast Alaska.
Another reason why I think Wellness Court is a great opportunity, because you have that peer involvement. So in court, it's not like standing in front of a judge. We're literally in a circle around each other, supporting each other, clapping and giving praise when people are experiencing a period of sobriety.
It gives them the wraparound services they will need, because typically when you're looking at someone who may have these types of things going on in their life, there isn't really just one answer that fixes all the problems. They might need some mental health evaluations and addressing those through group therapy or individual therapy. There might be something going on with the family, so maybe the family may need to be brought in. There might be some substance abuse. There might be both of those things. It could be a variety of things.
One thing that's important to know about Wellness Court is you do have to have a history of or are currently experiencing some sort of substance misuse, whether it be alcohol, opioids.
Because when you're in Wellness Court, you'll be participating and addressing your alcohol dependency, if that's your issue, your depression, if that's your issue, because there are times where depression and alcohol go hand in hand. But there's ways to tie you back into the community to help supplement what messages you're receiving or the treatment that you're receiving when you're getting your clinical treatment.
We all have trauma. Everybody does. And so if you're really, truly wanting to heal, the power is within you. You have to face whatever it is you're going through. For a lot of the people that we would be helping, that would mean putting substances aside. You have to have a sober mind to be able to do that healing for yourself.
It's okay. Don't give up on yourself. Don't, you aren't that drug. You aren't that alcohol. You aren't that gang of guys and girls that tell you, you're one of us. It's not who you are.
It's going to take some work. It's going to take dedication, but this is the first step of trying to assist in getting some healing going, because that's really what it is. It's community healing, because when you help out the individuals, it spreads out, and the community benefits from that, and healthy communities also results in healthy people.
Yiguai Juan, just all of you, be brave and have courage to be able to face those things that are hurting you, that are hurting your soul, so that we can heal our children and our nieces and our nephews, and they can continue that healing to be given out to all of our communities.
In addition to this wonderful team on the screen, we have another provider. Her name is Crystal Pull, who just joined the team in the recent week. I'm very proud of how many of our healers are tribal citizens who pursued their education, returning to work for their people. Our job is to create space for participants to heal themselves, and we expose them to our culture as the foundation of their healing, such as encouraging grounding exercises and connection to the land, water, air, plants, and animals. To do this work, we emphasize the importance of our team also healing themselves. We are very intentional and create opportunities and trainings for us to do this together. Recently, our healers were selected to participate in the Good Medicine exhibit taking place at the Anchorage Museum, whereas our team will create a piece of art together, telling story about how we heal, to be featured in November this year. Another area we take serious is clinical supervision, group supervision, ongoing training, and competency to provide the highest quality of services. Most recently, one of our providers, Rachel Jeans, was just trained in EMDR, a specialized treatment for addressing trauma. This is huge for the tribe. Worth noting, since the CBS Healing Center has been established, our intern, Charnel Vale, originally from Yakutat, pursuing her doctorate in psychology, has been providing ongoing grief and loss groups virtually accessible to all tribal citizens, no matter where they live. Behind the scenes, we have our brilliant administrative leadership, our lead clinician, our administrative staff, and I want to acknowledge many times our scheduler and our admin support who answer the phone end up grounding individuals in crisis. They ground them at hello. The people on the other side of the phone can feel that they are well taken care of and that we provide a trauma-informed space. We are so lucky to have such caring, hardworking, trauma-informed people working with us. Our program services are for tribal citizens, their families, and even our employees when called upon. We do have restrictions with licensure and regulatory guidelines to practice in Alaska only. This means we get very creative with how we offer services to those not living in Alaska. I'm going to shift gears to another department, our community advocacy program. Much of our work in the community advocacy program, otherwise known as victims of crime, these are individuals that we serve. They really are the most vulnerable population we serve who have been victimized by a crime ranging from history of residential boarding schools to child abuse, neglect, victims of violence, and many other forms of crime against human beings. Participants must be an enrolled tribal citizen to be eligible. Our community advocates provide trauma-informed care. And I do have to take a moment to really hold up one of our staff members, Natasha Jackson, who has been doing this work many times solo. And if anyone knows Natasha, she really listens with her heart. I wish I could share some of the anecdotal stories to demonstrate how much our people are being held up during some of the most vulnerable times in their lives, but to respect privacy. Recently, we hosted our Spring into Healing gathering on the Prince of Wales, out on Prince of Wales, where we created a filled agenda addressing topics such as human trafficking, the cycle of violence, and much gratitude goes out to our staff, Jamie Ann Hasselquist and our admin team for making the event so special, addressing some of the feedback that we received in a survey last year to address violence in our communities. Reentry and recovery. Some of you may have visited and toured our reentry and recovery program. I have to start by pointing out that the team is absolutely incredible and hardworking. And these are individuals that create safe space for those looking to better themselves and needing someone to believe in them. We serve tribal and non-tribal citizens, non-tribal participants, including those who are formerly incarcerated, returning citizens, or those seeking sober, safe living after going through residential treatment, because we are not a residential treatment facility. We manage 3 non-congregate shelters, including our Alloway property, which houses 15 males, our Allencourt property, which houses 12 males with history of sex offense, And we also have Haven House, which flooded and is under new construction. And once it opens, we will house 9 females. Our team implemented a phased program. The goal is to front load participants when they come into the program to stabilize and set the foundation for their recovery. As they progress through the phases, they have less requirements and more independence. The final phase, they take mentorship. They take on a mentorship role of new participants. Some of the requirements for reentry and recovery to be there, it is a drug-free living. There is a breathalyzer at 10 p.m. every night. There is a monthly living contribution of $450 a month. All of our staff are assigned to, we have one case manager at this time. Her name is Tammy Jablonski. She's absolutely incredible, taking care of our participants, helping them with goal planning to maintain their recovery. We also have peer support specialist. David Evenson is somewhere in the room. I saw him taking care of our elders. These are individuals offering guidance and lived experience. Employment and training is incredibly important, so we work with our education and training department to ensure our participants are employed. Volunteering and community give back is essential. And on site, we provide groups such as life skills, positive coping skills, finance 101, and credit building, because our goal is to transition these individuals out of the non-congregate shelters back into the community successfully. At the heart of the program is our culturally responsive activities, where we work with our cultural heritage department and other entities in the community, including things like regalia making, traditional dipping, harvesting, storytelling, dancing, and singing. Next is our tribal vocational rehabilitation program. This program is all about employment and responsible for serving our tribal citizens with disabilities, including cognitive, physical, and mental health issues. The team assists with individuals to obtain and maintain employment to be self-sufficient and independent. We are able to streamline this opportunity for referrals to psychological testing, mental health and substance use counseling in-house, or case staffing to offer the highest level of care. Last within the division is our tribal court, our family court services program, where we have a family court services investigator who's responsible and in the best interest of our children around custody, guardianship, adoption, and other child welfare matters. How to get care, our direct line. At 4:30, that direct line transfers to a crisis hotline. Our website is very easy to utilize to get care. You can self-refer, or often what we see is providers in the community will sit with their patients and they will help refer them right then and there. It's made easy. And then you can access our Culture Heals online platform. It is evolving. It's free to everyone. I would encourage you to log on and sign up there. In closing, I want to acknowledge our entire Community and Behavioral Services division and team. I'm certain that there are activities that I unintentionally failed to mention. However, I hope that you join me in congratulating the team and our president, Peterson, for this vision to hold hearts and create space for healing our people. You may have heard the saying, programs don't heal people. People heal people. I love Tlingit and Haida, the work that they're doing. I have a history of working in the tribal health system for 17 years. I honestly have never worked in an organization that walks the talk and actually lives and breathes our tribal values the way that this tribe does it. Each and every one of our staff are dedicated to creating a safe space for healing for our tribal citizens. Goodness, sheesh, Hawat, thank you for listening.
She's very humble. She asked that you sit. Okay, so we'll go to questions. Paulette, you're going to be our last one, and we may have a couple online. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for everything you've done. And I just got back from Las Vegas a few weeks ago, and when I was at the airport, I saw that there were 5,600 victims of sexual child trafficking there. Do they have any statistics for Alaska?
I don't have any statistics to present, but I will look that up.
Patty, let me take a question online, okay? Juliana, go ahead.
Ganesh Jace. I'm Juliana Smith, delegate from Anchorage. I want to bring it to our tribe's attention that each one of us does have trauma, alcoholism, Western medicine dependency, addictions, and a loss of adoption, especially for many of us in our 70s, 60s, 50s. We have lost a lot of our families to those issues. I have chosen my sovereignty to work on myself. So when I walk into a hospital, I diagnose myself. I tell them, this is the issue. You're not going to be looking for it. And then doctor confirms it, and then he has 50 minutes to himself to do whatever. I know it's kind of unusual to do, but I believe in our culture. I believe that we can heal ourselves, and we should not be dependent so much on Americans diagnosing us and causing us to be uncertain with our health. I have medical surgeries. I've had dental tooth pulls in the past. I have a high pain tolerance, and I also choose not to use those prescription meds that they give because those lead to addictions. I have been told that because I don't use ibuprofen, Tylenol, or medium medicine that help pain, my kidney is in good condition. And some of us didn't even know that some of those things that we take affects our kidney, other organs in our body. So when we're young, we're taught, hey, take one of these, take one of those, that will make you feel better. Well, you know what? We shouldn't be taking those things because as we get older, those things come back and harm our organs. I know that a lot of us have come to the tribes, and we are asking for them to help us in the ways of our health and our healing. But I think that we should also remember that our ancestors did not have this Western society that did that. We have always, we had circles, we had each other, and I think that we have changed a lot to where we're reaching out and finding other, other methods. I think a lot of us have not made that attempt to remove us from the trauma. I had to do this because my mother was an alcoholic. I mean, I was raised by an alcoholic, and I stopped that down my bloodline to make sure that my children did not live the same lifestyle I did. My mom was also, she was in boarding school with Haynes. So I had to stop everything, unlearn everything that my mother had learned and relearn to be functional. Because once you figure out that there's something dysfunctional within your bloodline, you have to unlearn it and relearn the right way, because our ancestors were very healthy. They were healthy. There was absolutely nothing wrong with us. And so we have that path that we have to go through to recovery and for healing. And I want to thank everyone for your reports. I appreciate it. I just want to bring up what I'm doing for myself, because I visit the hospital once a year, and I'm unvaccinated. I'm still alive. I'm still breathing. And I do this for myself because I believe in our culture, and I believe that that will keep me alive and that will keep my children alive. Gunishtis for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Ganeshtish, I'm Patricia Allen-Dick from the Seattle delegates. First off, I want to say a big Ganeshtish, because this is a lot of our atu, this is a lot of our wealth that we're being able to not just restore, but transform. And with that being said, I wanted to invite also a dialogue of the usage of the term transformative justice as well as restorative justice. And really quickly, just sharing from scholar Mia Mingus saying that while restorative justice seeks to return the victim to their initial state before the harm occurred, transformative justice is more concerned with questioning whether the conditions in place before the harm are themselves equitable and just, and looks to redress them in order to prevent further harm within the community. So always trying to invite more dialogue around restorative and transformative, and including both, and continuing to even grow and expand off of that. But the other thing I really wanted to inquire about was I work for a nonprofit that does wellness for Black and Indigenous communities in Seattle, called Gathering Roots, and we received a grant from King County Juvenile Justice Courts, in which we were able to utilize wellness courts for our youth, especially youth of color in Seattle. But the problem I had with it is that the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office uses a Tagish specific taught methodology, and the people who teach it are not Tlingit. They're profiting a lot of money off of it, over $1,000 a person for teaching these methods, getting paid by the tribes to teach it to the tribes. And I was invited once to get a training, but they were telling me I had to pay. And I was like, I'm Tlingit, and I should not have to pay to access my own atu and like my own knowledge. And so I really want to invite more just dialogue, and I would definitely offline out of this love to continue to connect our communities, because we have such a large community in Seattle, and being able to engage with the prosecuting attorney's office and be able to utilize also our other lineages and really make that direct relational connection, to me would be very, very valuable and important moving forward, just in terms of just investing it back into our community. So,
Thank you.
gracias.
Mr. President, General Assembly, Lincoln Haida delegates, Dr. Gina Woods, Ganeshtish, for your healing power, your healing energy, and your heart and spirit, Ganeshtish. I'm standing here. All morning I prayed that my words are very careful. I prayed that I don't fall apart and that my emotions are in check and that I'm ready for the most important moment of my life. I'm preparing. I am a Sitka delegate, and I am a tribal leader in this area of expertise. In my lifetime, I have returned many bodies of our people, thousands across the country and international as well. I'm good at it. However, I cannot handle the trauma and the pain of boarding schools. And the pain is so intense with that I cannot do it alone and I need help. So whereas 1884, the territory of Alaska passed the Alaska Organic Act in Nome, Alaska. They, and in that act, there was a provision that states that it takes 6 pioneers to declare somebody insane. So as a result of the Alaska Organic Act, they completely emptied out Nome and St. Michael of any indigenous presence at all. If you were a widow and had land, you were sent to Morningside. If you did not speak English, you were sent to Morningside. If you were alcoholic, you were sent to Morningside. The whole village of Nome was emptied out completely because in 1884, they discovered gold in Nome. And that's how Nome, Alaska became a white community. Also, everywhere gold was discovered in Alaska, they sent the people to Morningside. In 1916, they adopted the Alaska Organic Act, stating statehood, the path to statehood. And in that act, there was what they call Baby Louise Haven. It's a territorial act. During this time, there were no services to babies in the territory of this country. So in 1916, the whole country adopted the Alaska Organic Act and made it nationwide. And in that act, they sent babies to Baby Louise Haven from California, Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. Over 50,000 babies were sent to Baby Louise Haven to be cremated. Of those 50,000 babies, about 15,000 are from Alaska. Of Morningside, approximately 6,000 Alaskans died at Morningside. 2,000 of them are Swedes and Finnish and miners, but over 3,800 of them are Alaska Native people who died at Morningside and buried in 7 major cemeteries in Portland. That I could handle. I could handle the trauma, the boarding school. What I could not handle was Baby Louise Haven, because this is what happened to them. In the territory of Alaska, these babies were cremated, sent to Baby Louise Haven. Approximately 10,000 were cremated alive. there were no mental health care in the territories. Nothing. And children were commodities bought and sold in the territory of Alaska. Over 60,000 of our people were relocated during the territory of Alaska. So I'm asking, I do have support across Alaska, First Alaskans and other entities, other tribes. I am asking General Assembly, Clinton Haida, the delegates, I am going down to Salem for a ceremony to those babies want to come home. Currently, 50,000 babies at Baby Louise Haven, when they cremated them, they put them in urns and they put them in the basement of the hospital and left them there. And they are still there today in an old, abandoned hospital. So I'm going down there. I need support from you. I cannot do it alone. I was going to do it by myself, but I was told that I need support. So I reached out to First Alaskans. I got their support. I reached out to my tribe. I got their support. I am now reaching out to Central Council so that I could get their support. I'm going down there next month, and I'm going to talk to the babies. They already went to heaven. They're with God, but my pain is so intense, so deep, that I can't do it alone. So I am asking your support so that we can go down as a delegation, have a ceremony, and let our babies know that we're going to bring them home. Of the 3,800 Alaska Natives currently at Morningside, we have identified over 1,000 lineal descendants who have loved ones at Morningside. So not a single day goes by that somebody contacts us wanting to know where their loved ones are at. So I made it this far. I almost fell apart. But what's carrying me is I'm no longer alone doing this work. I have your support, I know it. And I'm just asking, I feel stronger. And you're correct, the culture is going to heal us. And those babies are just presenting themselves. They're presenting their pain to us because as a people, as an Alaska Native people, we are ready for them to come home. So I apologize for this time. I don't want to take much longer, and I'm ready to cry and fall apart, but I made it. Ganeshtish, thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Martin.
I move and ask unanimous consent that Central Council give Delegate Bob Sam our total support in his endeavor for reaching to those babies. I so do. Booth.
Any objections?
Paulette Marino, Sitka, second.
Any objections? Motion carries.
Ganeshtish, Paulette Marino, Sitka. I'd like to take this moment and acknowledge the words that are heavy, that have been shared amongst this tribal assembly, amongst our people. As we go forward with growth, as we go forward with new programs and new vision and a new way for the generations that are amongst us and are coming before us, I'd like to take a moment and pause and thank say Ganeshtish to all of our good men who have declared and made a commitment to the women and the children and the life givers. If you are a life giver, could you stand in this room, please? All life givers, all women. To our men, our young and our old, and those who are amongst us, we as women have declared and continue to declare our matriarchal society. We have continued to own our power and our strength. We are continuing to stand stronger than we ever meant to be. Our men are beside us now at this point with respect, with time, with dignity, and with love. At this time as life givers, the women who are amongst you, we are with you, and we acknowledge all the good men and all the work that they have done. We continue to acknowledge the healing. But as women and as life givers, there are women who gave birth to those babies that my brother Bob is speaking of. It's almost like we adopt one or two or many in our hearts through our wombs to help heal them. And to the doctor and her team, it is of great acknowledgement to the leadership of Central Council that through the growth, you have not stopped. You have taken a moment to see that we, as a people, have a corner of this organization, our tribal government, that is dedicated to healing and celebrating who we are as a people. We are speaking words we have not always been able to speak in the past. At this time, as we come together, Ganeshtish, we are coming together in a reminder that we are whole. We are complete. Nobody will break us away. So to the life givers, we are with our men. We thank our men for their goodness. We thank them for stepping up, for being of integrity, for healing if they need to heal. As women, we are one, and we are together today. Ganeshtish.
Okay, with that, we're going to take a 20-minute break while you get your lunch, and we'll be working through lunch.
Yakke satinidu. Yanakanyeth yudu sak. Atlen ayahat. Canada ayahat. We want to thank you for your ears and your hearts. We have an announcement to make. Years ago, '89, I guess it was, I came to Juneau to Celebration as a troubled young man at the time with alcoholism and trying to find my way, and I experienced Celebration for the first time, where the drum and the songs and the dances were helping our people to heal. What an experience that was. I went home and told our people about it, inland in Atlin, in Canada. We arranged a busload of elders and of our people to come to Celebration. 1990. What an experience that was, because our people too have struggled and suffered from the lack of culture and the outlawing of our culture and putting our children into residential schools to kill us and to kill our culture. We have been coming to Celebration ever since, to dance, to share our culture, to hear our songs, to hear our language. Goodness cheese for the celebration that happens every 2 years, except for through COVID. But it's now coming back, and so what we're doing inland is a celebration as well. We call it Hakustii. Hakustii is happening this year in our hometown, Atlin, where we invite all of you and your dance groups and to come and share your culture again, in the interior of, and so we hope that you can make it and come and join us as well and support the culture is healing. The theme of our Hakustii for this year is culture is healing. And so that's exactly what we are going to be doing in inland. And so we want to make sure that there are going to be some posters around here in Juneau as well, and we want people to see the poster that we created. It's going to be in July 28th, 29th, and 30th. And so the Chilkat robe that we just recently, we bought it actually out of an auction. And then we raised a big stink about how come we have to buy our own stuff back from auctions. And so many of the media that in Vancouver as well as across Canada now know that, and we brought it out, that we shouldn't be buying our own stuff back, that somehow that the Canadian government, American government should be able to figure out how to make it possible that we get our pieces back without having to buy them back. Anyway, that Chilkat robe will be coming home to our community, and we will do a repatriation ceremony to get it and bring it home. We will try and get as many posters out to the communities so that you can start seeing it. We have a huge campground that we can hold at least 3,000 to 4,000 people in our community, and so hopefully we can get people to come inland to do a celebration as well. Goodness cheese, goodness cheese.
Goodness cheese, everybody.
Hello, is it working? Say something. Good afternoon, delegates. Is this working? Okay. I listened this morning to the dialogue and the questions asked of the presenters, and I was very impressed. It really gives me a good feeling that you come to the tribal assembly with the issues and concerns of your people in your mind. What I'm rising here to is a point of order. When you come to the tribal assembly, the very first thing you do practically is you adopt rules. And the rules that you adopted, number one, is Robert's Rules of Order. The second rule is actually your standing rules, and then tied into that, of course, is your agenda. Now, when you look at the agenda that you adopted, on those presentations from the Housing Authority, the Health Search, Alaska, you gave them all 10 minutes. And when you look at the rules, the standing rules, when the agenda is presented to you weeks ahead of time, the responsibility goes to you. You then need to say, well, gee whiz, I have housing authority issues. I don't think 10 minutes is good enough. I'm going to amend it. I'm going to talk with my council and say, can we amend it to increase that to maybe a half hour? Now, that's not good enough even by itself. You say, well, where's that half hour going to come from on the rest of the agenda? Are you going to give up your budget? Are you going to give up your audit? Are you going to give up your lunch? Looks like today you gave up your lunch. But that's the point of the amendments that need to be addressed when addressing your agenda. You don't just say, I'm going to add 10 minutes on to somebody's time or half hour. When it came to the health, to search, you took an hour for a 10-minute presentation without a motion to extend the time. Even then, when you extend the time on an adopted agenda, it's going to take 2/3 vote. But if you do it ahead of time, when you're adopting the rules in the beginning, this takes a majority vote. So if you wanted an hour for asking questions of search, you make up motion, and that will happen, and then it'd be the responsibility then of the other people in the management to make the adjustments and bring back a new agenda. Whereas if you're doing it during the time of the presentations, then you're cutting short on some other part of your agenda without authority to do so. Now, one of the things that the chair is responsible for is to enforce the agenda. When I was watching, when the presentations were over, there was a pause and opened up for questions. Well, the chair should not open up the questions. The time is over, we're going to move on to the next item. Now, if you want that to be changed, then you change the rules or ask for a rule change it entirely. What I want to also say is that when you get up on the floor and talk about an issue to ask a question, Robert's Rules gives you 3 minutes. Now, you can change your standing rules to expand upon that, or you can ask for a little longer time. But to just ignore the 3-minute rule is really out of order, and the chair really should say, really out of order. Probably as important, when you have a presentation being made and you're asked to ask a question, you really should put your comments in the form of a question fairly early in your presentation, as opposed to making another presentation on top of the presentation that was made. Now, that might sound a little bit condescending, and it might sound like, well, gee whiz, the chair is disrespecting you. In reality, when you adopt the rules and you adopt the agenda and you violate those rules, you're disrespecting your fellow delegates and the time that it takes for getting your business done on the rest of your agenda. Now, I rise up here not as a condemnation, just a reminder of the rules so that as you go forward, you will better appreciate then how you go about creating more time for you to go forward with the business that you need to take care of. So with that, I'm going to close here and thank you for your attention.
Welcome, delegates. We are going to come to order for the afternoon session. President Peterson, President Emeritus Thomas, past President Martin, Tribal Host Will Jackson Sr., Tribal Hostess Della Coburn, honorable delegates, Yanyan Ish, Yuhat Duasak, Kua Tleka, Shenach Will Micklin, Sha'akna Ka Tekwadi Hatsete, Katsit Yuduasak, Hanakahidi, Tleka Yadi Ach Ayachat, Kansha Wu Duasak Ach Shat, Michael Micklin Away Ach Ish Sayi, Ka Anesu Away Achra, Achref Has Away Luth Ka Sherer, California Yehat Yati Yidat, Gunchish. My apologies to Shirley Kendall and other Shinket teachers for my pronunciation. My Shinket name is Yanyanish. My English name is Will Micklin. My family and I belong to the Tekwidi clan, and our clan house is called Katsit. I'm a child of the white man. My wife's name is Kansha Wu, or Linda in English. My father's name was Michael Micklin, and my mother's name was Anesu and Barbara McGrath in English. My grandparents' names are Luth and Scherer. I now reside in California. Thank you, and I acknowledge the San Francisco delegates, recognize past presidents of the San Francisco community, Bill Martin of Juneau and Kathy Paddock of Seattle. And I thank my relations, Karen Elliott of Seattle, Willard Jackson Sr., Ketchikan, Charmaine Ramos of Anchorage, Victoria Demert of Yakutat, and through my wife, Richard George of Angoon. So we have before us an agenda that is somewhat behind schedule, so we will press forward, and I thank President Emeritus Thomas for calling us to task on the orders of the day. I thank you, and we now have before us the agenda item for the Clinton-Haida Tribal Business Corporation Kira report. Richard Reinhardt, CEO, is the presenter. Mr. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Vice President Micklin. I'm not sure, is it noon yet, or are we still morning? Because I had here Yake Sutat, but I think maybe it's Yake Yagi now. Shaya Adineki, President Peterson, President Emeritus Edward K. Thomas, Tribal Host Willard Jackson, Tribal Hostess Della Colburn, A&B Grand President Heather Gurko, ANS Grand President Daphne Albee, ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, Justice Killjuice, members of the Executive Council, emerging leaders, tribal officers and staff, delegates, honored guests, and friends. I also want to recognize we have here in Juneau a number of Kira THTBC staff, and in the back I see Elias Duran and Mo and Stephanie. They do all the property management here and take care of the facilities. Also, you see security guards around. Those are Kira employees. I've seen Big Al Perkins outside. there's more than just those people, but those are just a few people I can see and recognize. And they're part of our team on the Kira side, providing services here in Juneau. Elias is over, and Edwin are over the property management. Jason is over the security. I also want to recognize online. There's a number of people online, and I know that my wife Melissa and my son Levi are both listening online right now, and I want to acknowledge. I call him Chairman Micklin because Will Micklin is the chairman of our corporation, but Vice President Micklin and all the people online. Yake Yiksatini, Tashio Hatusak, Kiksadi. Well, I was going to, somehow I need to run this thing too. How does this work? Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. I was just figuring out the technology here. Yake Tashio Hatusak, Kiksadi, Makatsati, Gagan Hit, Gak Ayahat. Tietan Yadi Ayahat, Hadis Dachan Ayahat, Shakwan Wayuhan, Gunishish Akwan for letting us be on your land, and Gunishish for their neighbors, the Taku Kwan. Tlingit and Haida Tribal Business Corporation is 100% owned by Central Council. And the Executive Council formed it back in 2010. It is governed by a board of directors. President Peterson is on our board, and as I said earlier, Will Micklin is our chair. He's a vice president at Central Council. Myself, General Ronald Fogelman, and Lieutenant General Wendy Masiello make up our board of directors. You may recall back in 2014, I was the only member of THTBC. I stood up in front of you and gave you a business plan. 2016, we acquired Kira, and since then we've been off and running. We have had a tenfold increase in revenues since we first started. We have acquired Kira and grew it. We tripled the size of Kira since we first acquired Kira. We've paid back all the money that we originally borrowed to acquire the corporation. And today we have over 1,600 employees in 30 states and multiple locations around the world. We are committed to building a company with higher standards in the government services industry. A company that delivers for its employees, its customers, its owners in a way that's never been seen before in our industry. Over the years, many of the largest corporations have grown by happenstance. Some of them won a very large contract that changed their trajectory. Some were in the right place at the right time, and that led to their growth, and others have acquired businesses that provided the growth. To my knowledge, none of our competitors have grown carefully and collectively developing and adhering to a long-term strategy over many years or decades. Our strategy has been working as planned. We stick to our strategy that I first laid out in 2014. At THTBC, we believe there's a better way. We believe that we are building a best-in-class management team, investing in our employees and our company over time. As a tribally owned company, we enjoy many advantages over our competitors. This creates additional opportunities as we explore avenues for growth. We are carefully developed and executing that strategy that capitalizes on our advantages. I can think of no other Native-owned entity company that strives to have the corporate culture that we live by. I can think of none that values its employees as much as we do, and think of none that consistently delivers on the level of performance contracts and productivity of workforce and many other metrics in the level that we have achieved. We're raising the bar and implementing a strategy and not duplicating the strategy of our competitors. We have these principles that we live by. Always tell the truth. Integrity is number one. None of us are as smart as all of us, and that means I always listen to everybody's opinion before making a decision. We create career paths rather than jobs, and that is really important. We're not just out hiring somebody. We try to find the best people that are people that we see potential for development and want them for the long term. we share information. We don't have people siloing information and keeping it to themselves. So all these things really build a lot into teamwork. And then we measure, track, improve, and adapt to get better over time. Working together as a team, we've developed our strategic plan. Then having buy-in from the entire team, we implement that plan. I know of no other company that really truly does it this way. This is a push from excellence that comes from within the company. It's not pushed down from our board of directors or from me. It's everybody within the company builds up the plan, and we all go in the same direction. It provides a level of teamwork that keeps everybody on track. Our disciplined long-term approach has been paying off, and we have a few things that allow us to know that our revenues have grown every year since we've been in existence. We have the highest employee ratings in the industry and very low turnover for our industry. We're achieving excellent CPARS ratings, and what is that? That's what that top graphic on the top right is, the Contractor Performance Assessment Rating System that contracts are rated for annually by the government. Your customer basically gives you a performance rating in areas like financial performance, management, technical ability, and things like that. And you can have exceptional, very good, good, and et cetera. And we strive for what I call 5-star CPARs, all exceptional. And in many cases, we have achieved that. In our largest contract, we've had that for 4 years in a row. We've had the 5-star rating for the last 4 years. Others, sometimes we get like 3 exceptionals and 2 very goods, but we're always striving for all exceptional. So our goals and our strategy is quite simple. We provide a high quality, that's that exceptional performance rating for high quality. We do it at a very low cost. We try to keep overhead low. For instance, we keep our offices are in hub zones. Mine is, I like to say, is very Ishan. I look around at the offices, other places I see, and they're pretty nice. I understand that Central Council will be moving to Linwood pretty soon, which is really close, and I'm kind of looking forward to moving to some nicer quarters. It'll be appreciated. We also have a $800 million backlog, and one of my mentors here told me, don't say backlog because it sounds bad, but backlog is really, it's signed contracts. And what that means is we have, at the rate that we're running right now, even if we didn't bring in any more work, we could operate for the next 4 years without winning any more work. So that's sitting in front of us right now. That's quite significant. And as I pointed out before, that doesn't sit on our balance sheet. It's not a balance sheet item, but it is large, $800 million of signed contracts. Our financial performance for 2022, we recorded our highest revenue in the company history. We closed with $204 million revenue and a net income of $2.1 million. We also had earnings or EBITDA of $4.7 million. We have 1,645 employees on the last count and $861 million of backlog or signed contracts. The long term, this is the slide that shows when actually we started in 2014 and our revenues was even less than that, but it's kind of getting too long, so I can't fit everything in there. You can see it on the graphic where our revenue has grown and we're flattening out a little bit around 200 million. We think that's going to run for another year or so before we start taking off again. I've been spending a lot of time building up our back office with higher caliber and more training, and we're ready to move to the next level, which you'll start to see over the next couple of years. One of the things you can tell too is this is what I was talking about. THTBC was 1% the size it is today before the Cura acquisition in 2016, and also Cura was only 1/3 the size it is today. So that strategy has been paying off and has worked very well. Since the acquisition of Cura in mid-2016, we were profitable every month until just this last year. And I always talk about it, it's like experience, right? And we had a couple lost months, and the third quarter ended up being in a loss for us. We've worked through that. We've straightened that out. There was a few contracts that had some challenges, but we've met those challenges and we're moving forward in 2023. Our plan for 2023, we think we'll get off to a slow start at the beginning of the year, and with the quarter behind me, I can tell you that that's the case. We came out right on budget, and we are budgeted to have about $211 million in revenue this year, and we expect our net income to be about $2.6 million. Looking forward, we expect the growth to continue. It should continue into the future, and our long-term goal is to roughly double the size that the company is today over the long term. And when I say that, I mean 5 to 7 years, something like that. At THTBC, we're glad that we've finally been able to start paying back dividends. A few years ago, we paid $1 million. Last year, we paid just under that, roughly 950,000. I don't remember the exact number. And this year, it's going to be a little less, but we did remain profitable. We ended the year profitable, and there's going to be over $500,000 dividend back to Tlingit and Haida this year. So thank you. On behalf of the entire executive team, I'd like to say we're all grateful. We recognize the value of our stable board of directors and executive council. And we see that as one of our biggest strengths, is that we have a board and executive council that's patient and has given us the directive to grow THTBC over the long run. And that gives us quite an advantage in a number of ways. It's allowed us to build a strong corporation. And for me, for recruiting, a lot of times I'm recruiting people from other government contractors that are owned by like Wall Street companies or private equity companies. They like to come to work where we have a long-term approach and we're not looking at just next quarter's profits. We're looking down the road. I can also tell you that the management team and executives are thrilled to work for a tribe. They understand what we do. They get the newsletters whenever they come out, and they follow everything. I'm sure a number of them are watching online right now. They're quite interested in what's happening. We have had management, it's not really a retreat, but management conferences. Our next one we're planning, I want to bring them up here. I want to bring them to Alaska so they can see what's going on, see all the things that the tribe has been doing. It's just super exciting. And see where their owners live and where the benefits go to. I want them to see that. There was one time I had the pleasure of, we had he was a retired general. He was here. He was to talk to us when we were first acquiring Kira, and we had to wait because other members got delayed. Their flight didn't come in like it was supposed to. I think they were stuck in Ketchikan and went to Sitka, and we were waiting for him to come. So I took him around, and he got to see backpacks being stuffed with school supplies and diaper bags being stuffed with supplies, and he was like, "Wow, that really means something." You can see that the profits are going to those type of things, and those are meaningful programs, and that's quite important. Now you've been listening to all the reports. You got to listen to the presidents and the COO and CFO and the I don't even know what your title is, growth officer or the economic development arm, and then we got to listen to all the outside, Sea Alaska and Search and tribal housing. And you know what? I just want to say something. This is just me now. This isn't THTBC. I am excited. I'm really excited because I believe that we are on the precipice of greatness. We really, truly are. If we can just all work together, and this has been said before, and I think we're doing pretty good at that. But I look at the wonderful things that are happening here, and I see the different buildings and the land going into trust, and everything that's happening here. I listen to Charles talk about Search, and I see the new Search Hospital in Wrangell and how excited people are there, and how their operations are going. I see all the things that Jackie and all the people at Tribal Housing are doing, and we are coming together. Sea Alaska, I'm on the board of Sea Alaska, of course, And I see a lot of the things that See Alaska is doing and the future that we have. It's incredible. It's really incredible. And we are all going to push and work that together so that we as a people can be leaders in the world, global leaders in the world, because that's where we belong. Gunashi Shawa.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt.
Any questions?
We can, without objection, have a rule of three questions for our presenters. Any three? So I have the first question from Monica Ortiz online. Monica,
Monica,
are you online?
No, I'm actually here.
Oh, there you are.
I guess my question, thanks for the report. You mentioned 1,645 employees. How many are tribal citizens?
Not very many. So we have a number of tribal citizens here in Juneau, and we have not been very successful hiring outside of Juneau. I've put a lot of effort into it myself. A number of times I've asked all of you for help for the last several years. I have right now, and I've had since the first of the year, an ad looking for what I call a recruiting coordinator to be based out of Juneau. It could be out other parts of Southeast Alaska or Western Washington, but to help improve that. I've been very, very close a number of times. I've had people almost come to work and then they decide to go somewhere else. So it's something I'm working on as a goal.
Right. Is it because of the qualifications, or do you think it's just the lack of interest in the opportunities?
You know, I've said this before. Go online, go to thtbcjobs.com, and you'll see 50 to 70 jobs any day of the week. I don't care when you look. It's always in there. And they're good jobs. I think we have a number of qualified people, and I know of the ones I've recruited, they were all very qualified. It creates another problem. They're qualified, so they're happy where they're at, or they don't want to move to where my job is located.
I see. In terms of, I guess I would just say I like to see, more emphasis and encouragement, the scholarships and other things. I think we should be looking at, trying to get more interest and getting them educated. I know some of the youth, just not even aware of the opportunities that are out there. And so it's something that I feel passionately about, trying to get more tribal citizens with good paying jobs.
Do you want to be a recruiting coordinator?
I did write a resolution on creating a STEAM program to get more engineering, science, and other things. So I really like to see us work together. So absolutely, to work through that. So anyway, thank you for your response.
So just, on a little side note on all of that, most of our jobs are blue collar, but these are really good jobs too. I mean, you're talking jobs that are 70, 80, 90, 110, $120,000 a year, blue collar jobs. And for instance, my grandson Colby just recently graduated last year, and he's like a 4.15 GPA, and he had application and acceptance into a number of schools. Decided he's going to be a lineman. He's being trained to be a high voltage lineman. That's the best job I have. That's one that all the guys I know that do that, they're 70 years old and they can't climb up the poles anymore. But he can like just jump up there and grab his way up and fix things. But we have a lot of opportunity, and I'm trying to get. And I'm not saying I don't think Colby's going to work for me. By the way, I think he's staying in Oregon. But there's others of you out there, and you know who you are. I'm looking at you right now. Your son is a high voltage lineman trained too, and we want him on board. So we want your sons, daughters, nieces, nephews. Send them to me, and I'll hire them.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Richard, for the report, and thank you for your hard work. I actually don't have a question, and I didn't plan on saying anything until you said some of your team may be watching. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank them. As one delegate, we're very grateful for their work. I would encourage you to bring them up like you said you would. I know Carlos has been up here before, but Maybe it's time for him to come back so we can really be appreciative of the work that they do, and for them to see the results. Without their hard work, we would not have that unrestricted funds come to the tribe where we can really exponentially compound those benefits. So, one delegate, I'm very grateful to you and your team. Let them know how thankful we are. Lashish.
Alexander?
Sheesh, and of course, Morgan was one of our first directors for a few years when we started up.
I
too would like to thank you and your team for the work that you do. I'm a huge fan, but I get up every time we have tribal assembly and I keep beating the same drum. I'm interested in succession planning for you. I know at some point you're going to go do something else, and I don't think one person can do what you do, but I think we can recruit, hire, and train 2 or 3 people to shadow you so that they can learn how that is done, so that we don't fall off a financial cliff when you leave. And that is my interest. I want our best and brightest to be selected and supported as they train to learn your job. And I'm not chasing you off. I hope you stay there forever, but if you don't, I want other people to have the opportunity to learn the big-time federal contracting that you do. And thank you again so much for all you do.
Thank you, Pat. I knew you'd be here to say that. You have every year for a long time. Fortunately, I am not planning on going anywhere anytime soon. However, it's a point well taken. Again, kind of going back to what I was talking about before, but not on the blue collar level, the best and the brightest, I'd like to see them. We could work with them. I don't know that we can afford to have like 3 people following me around, but maybe one at a time or something like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Stokes, you're breaking my rule. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry about that. Excuse my ignorance, Richard, but I got the name of the company, corporation, but could you please tell me exactly what kind of work you do? I got a feeling it's multiple. I don't know.
Certainly. So we are a federal contractor, doing federal contracting only. We don't do any other kind of work. A lot of our work is for the Department of Defense, and we've worked for every branch. A lot of that work is facility support services. So those are things like, when I'm talking about workers, we have dozens and dozens of carpenters, probably like 50 of them, I would guess. We have dozens of plumbers, dozens of electricians, all sorts of people like that. We also have a number of engineers and people on that level. We also work for NASA. We have several NASA contracts, and we have people in scientific fields that are doing NASA space missions, and they're in in Maryland and in Texas and in Florida. We also have a number of people that are doing cybersecurity work. That is mostly through Department of Defense also. I think they're primarily under divisions under the Navy, but they're doing a lot of like cybersecurity and IT work. So when I'm talking about jobs, there's a whole number of jobs, but please just go on. I mean, you all have computers right now. Go on to thtbc.com, careers. Like I said, there's 50 to 70 jobs there, and they're always there. So within those too, there's going to be a lot of management jobs where I need accountants, I need HR people, I need legal people, contracts people, Maybe not every one of those right at this moment, but I've probably hired all of those within the last year, and will hire into those positions again in the coming year. So there's a lot of different work.
Thank you very much. I don't think I'm the only one that was at mystery of what your goals were and what kind of jobs that would have been open. If I were younger, I'd be right there.
Sheesh.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt.
Mr.
We now have the Emerging Leader Report, Jaylene Kita and Marla Spord. Microphone is yours.
Hello, I hope you all are having a good tribal assembly. I am so grateful to be here today, and it's because of the leaders who paved the way before us that we are here. My name is Jaylene Kita. I am Eagle Moiety. I am Tlingit and Blackfeet. My Blackfeet name is Otoko Apani Akua, which is Yellow Butterfly Woman. I was born and raised in Seattle, Washington. I spent the majority of my childhood involved in the indigenous community in Seattle. I'm grateful to be here, and I would like to start by sharing my experience as one of the emerging leaders for Tlingit and Haida. In the beginning of my term, I was anxious because I didn't know what to expect. This was my introduction to how Tlingit and Haida operates as a tribal government and the work that is being done across Indian country. I remember feeling intimidated by the work, but gradually I started to learn and grow. Attending the Executive Council meetings provided learning opportunities regarding the legislative processes of tribal governments and taught me the value of Robert Rules. The ability to observe our Executive Council members in action has provided me with life skills I will take for the rest of my life. Another amazing opportunity that comes with being an emerging leader is the ability to travel with the Executive Council to in-person meetings and conferences for Indian country. I had the opportunity to travel to numerous conferences like the National Conference or the National Congress of American Indians Mid-Year and Annual Conference and the Alaskan Federation of Natives. Tlingit and Haida's Youth Commission opened my eyes to the importance of youth advocacy in the Indigenous community. It's truly amazing to know so many Indigenous youth are passionate about advocacy and are doing the work to create positive change for our people. As someone who has been away from my culture for some years, it's refreshing to know I will always have a community with our Tlingit and Haida citizens. The Youth Commission truly changed my life by showing me a huge opportunity to create change on a wide level. My experience with the Youth Commission inspired me to create a youth council for my Blackfeet tribe. I've been working the last 8 months on this youth council, and I'm pleased to share that I officially started a nonprofit with my best friend, Sadie Little Plume, who is the co-founder, co-coordinator, and co-director for the Piikani Youth Council of the Blackfeet Indian Nation. I will always be humbly grateful for the Tlingit and Haida Youth Commission, showing me the strength and power our youth have. I was provided mentorship by the Executive Council. With their support, it improved my confidence and reaffirmed my seat at the table as an emerging leader. Entering into the world of tribal government can be intimidating and confusing, but the Executive Council helped make it more accessible and provided many learning opportunities. I've learned so much about our history and heritage from these leaders. I wouldn't be here without the support of the Executive Council. Thank you for always being of assistance and providing a once-in-a-life opportunity to be mentored under leaders who specialize in different areas and do amazing work for our people. The knowledge of these leaders truly reassures me in knowing our tribal citizens are in good hands. The knowledge this experience provides is expansive. I learned about the parliamentary procedures, writing bylaws and resolutions. I learned about the unique relationship Alaskan tribes have with the state and the history of Angska. I learned about Indian country, which changed my life completely. It's empowering to know our ancestors fought so we could have the self-determination to govern ourselves. If more of our people understood the power of our tribes, I believe our people could heal many wounds and would empower much more people in our community. The networking opportunities this position has provided has opened doors and cultivated so many connections to people throughout Indian country. I've met so many inspiring tribal leaders, and I've developed friendships with so many inspiring youth tribal leaders. I feel like I've started lifelong friendships from this experience. I am a sole believer you make your experience, and I feel like I made the best from this one. Although it was uncomfortable at first, now I can approach anyone with ease. My attitude towards life is you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Some life lessons I took away from this experience is the value of humility and the power of vulnerability. Humility keeps us grounded in our practice and our intentions. Humility makes space and embraces our differences. Humility removes the need for pride and keeps us on the righteous path. Humility reminds us we don't need to know everything. Humility reminds us who we are and why we show up. Every time you choose pride, you rob yourself the opportunity to grow. Humility is a lesson I will take from this experience. The power of vulnerability is healing. Detaching yourself from shame paves the way for more connection and inner peace. I am so grateful this experience has reaffirmed how powerful it is to live your truth and the value you add through vulnerability. The experience I gained from this position has truly been instrumental in all facets of my reality. I will always cherish this opportunity because it's opened my eyes to the power we as Indigenous people hold. I am so grateful for that, and I will always be indebted to Tlingit and Haida for changing my life. I encourage all of our Indigenous youth to learn about Indian country and to be involved in their communities. If you are interested in being involved with Tlingit and Haida, I encourage you all to join the Tlingit and Haida Youth Commission or apply next year for the emerging leader position. For those who have anxiety about applying for these positions, I rest my case by reassuring you all I was once in your shoes. Trust. I know it's pretty intimidating. I was terrified by the idea of public speaking, and I wasn't too familiar with Indian country. Throughout this experience, I've gained leadership skills I will take for the rest of my life. I had the honor of speaking at the NCAI, which is the National Congress of American Indians mid-year conference last year on the behalf of Tlingit and Haida's Youth Commission. It was my first time doing public speaking, but it was with the help of my fellow commission members and our former emerging leader, Shawan, that I felt confident in my speech, and I will always be grateful for that. I want to acknowledge my term as one of the emerging leaders, and I had the pleasure of holding this position from 2021 to 2023. It's really amazing to think how much, I'm not trying to be emotional, but yes, I'm looking forward to seeing who will be the next emerging leader for Tlingit and Haida this year for 2023. I wish you all good luck. Regardless of the outcome, just remember you put yourself out there, and that's something to be proud of. For the future emerging leader, if you need assistance or support, please just reach out. I would love to help you with this transition into your position. And I would like to end my speech by saying thank you for all the work you do for the community. I wouldn't be here if our ancestors didn't fight to keep our culture and our way of life alive. I'm so grateful we have the opportunity to uplift and empower our people. And I really want to thank our elders. It is every single one of you that have preserved our culture and our way of life. And your strength and tenacity will always be felt. And I will continue to fight. Thank you.
Ms. Stevens, do you have a question?
Yes, I was going to ask Jalen. I thought you had plans to go on to college, but you didn't speak too much about your future plans.
Well, I have a few things in mind. One is making it an initiative to create tribal IRBs on a national level to protect all indigenous people. Unethical research is conducted on our community, and it really affects our villages, and for me in the lower 48, our reservations. And, you know, it's really important that we protect the use of science and the use of preserving our culture, preserving our artifacts and our people. So I intend on making that one of my biggest, I think, missions is creating and implementing IRBs for our tribe, for my other tribe in Montana, and maybe all tribes, because I think that that is something that is extremely important. And especially with the time that we're at with, you know, data, technology, we need to have a safeguard, you know. So that's something I really want to focus on. And yeah, working with the community. And yeah, I'm very blessed to be Tlingit and Blackfeet, and I get to be in both of my communities, and I hope that I can continue the work.
I hate to ask this, but what are IRBs?
It is an institution review board.
Okay.
Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Micklin. Our future looks really bright with you guys getting ready to take over there. I expect to be home there in a few years, and all of you guys that are doing the emerging leader now, taking our places there, because you guys will be good leaders there. You will fill the gap of where we are. And, you know, most of us, I can't say most of us, but a few of us, I didn't finish all the way in college there, but I'm glad you guys are getting your college degrees and everything like that, so we can move into the future smarter. And I'm really proud of you, and I'm really proud of our past emerging leaders there, how they're going to take our places when we leave there, and we have to start making room for our younger people there. And when we get so old or whatever there, we use up our usefulness there, and I look towards you guys, the future there, of taking over for us. So to me, I feel that we're going to be in good hands with all you guys coming up there. And the only thing I could say to you is we're not there to make the president comfortable or uncomfortable there, but we're there to do a job to represent the people there. So never be shy on asking questions. You can disagree there and leave the table there, but I always make sure you there for the right reason, and you're there for the people there, because we tell the people that we're going to be there. So I'm really proud of you there, and I'm really proud of the past leaders there. And, you know, like I say, I'm feeling really comfortable with all the new leaders coming up there. They're going to take our places one of these days. We always encourage our kids to go to school and get educated and come back there, and we shouldn't fault them there, because we have to practice what we preach, or that we're grooming you guys to do what we told you guys to, from our elders telling us to do that there too there. And we're really proud of you guys for going to school and getting educated there. So that's why I'm so proud of all of you guys coming up right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Emerging leader, Ms. Board?
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Today I will introduce myself for the last time as an emerging leader for Tlingit and Haida. Shakaguk yochat duasok, tekwedi ayachat, ach kla tunach sitlain, kiksadi yadi chatsati, ach ish tunach duk on, shitkakwan ayachat. My name is Marlis Board, and my Tlingit name is Shakaguk. The name means the sound the logs make rolling in the water at Cape Edgecombe. And the name was given to me by my late Uncle Sonny Kukesh. I would like to recognize my family in the back, Walter Kukesh and Lena Woods. If you guys could stand up for me. Awesome. Love you guys. And then I would also like to acknowledge the Sitka community and the Sitka community delegates. Thank you guys. Yeah, you guys can stand up if you want to. All right. I'm Tekwe D, Eagle Bear Clan from the Valley House in Angoon, and I'm a child of the Kiksadi. My mother is Melanie Board, and my father is Clancy Board. My grandparents are Albert and Pauline Duncan. I was born and raised in Sitka, and I am really proud of what I've been able to achieve and what I've been able to learn as an emerging leader. Since the start of my position, I've been able to write and help pass 2 resolutions, one on certified intervention training for police officers, and then the other resolution on making permanent funding for the Youth Commission. Also, I've been able to speak at a national conference, go to national-led conferences, and collaborate with tribal leaders and youth. In addition, I've been able to learn the whole tribal government process. I'll be honest, it was a learning curve, but I'm so grateful for everyone who gave me the opportunities to learn and push myself. One great thing about this position that I've been reflecting on is how many people come up to you and give you opportunities to get involved in some way or another in Tlingit and Haida. There were many people asking me to do things. Granted, I was asking them to fill out scholarship forms and look over resolutions and answer interview questions. I really enjoyed how I got so many opportunities to learn and grow within the tribal government. I really enjoyed interacting with the people on the executive council, and I'm really sad that my term is ending, but I'm hoping to see you guys all again one day. With that being said, I want to share a story that my grandfather told me and my family. And he's told this over and over again. It's really an important story within my family. It's a story about an elder and 2 wolves. So the story goes that the elder was getting too old to provide for himself. So the village people gave the elder 2 wolves to hunt for him. In return, the elder would share the meat with the wolves. Although the people told the elder that he has to be very careful with the parts that he decides to give the wolves. Because some parts, like the liver, they don't care for at all. The elder said he understood, and he talked to the wolves in Tlingit. He enjoyed them. And he realized that they could give him as much food as he needed. But one day, the elder got greedy. And when the wolves asked for their share, the elder threw the liver at them. He said, "You're just dogs anyways." He told them in Tlingit. And the wolves ran over to the liver and smelled it, but they didn't pick it up. The wolves helped pull the kill back to his camp, but they didn't eat that day. Once night came, the wolves disappeared, and the elder went back to the people to ask where the wolves went. The people told the elder that the wolves were offended by what he gave to them of their own kill, and that they weren't going to come back. They told the elder, "Husta tu nawati. If you offend them, they will not be helping you anymore. Yo oyati slingitsu. Gujkwan hastatun uyati. Et yastalke te yat." They were offended by what you fed them, and they will not be coming back. The moral of the story is that people are like this too. If you offend them, they won't be coming back for you. They won't be coming back to help you. They won't even want to work for you. So you have to be very careful. You can't treat people poorly and expect them to provide for you. This story was told to remind us to be careful of how you treat others, land, animals, people, and any living thing. If you lose respect, they do too. So I want you all to remember this as I'm saying my goodbyes. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to share this story because I think as leaders, we need to remember this. We need to remember how our ancestors would have wanted us to treat others, the land, animals, people, and any living thing. I don't know if any of you know my grandpa, Albert Duncan, but he's in his 80s right now. And he told this story at his birthday party recently in February. And at the end, he related it to his family. For context, this year we had a pretty bad winter. Barely any deer on the beaches. We had a lot of flu going around, COVID, and it was just a tough winter. And coming out of that winter, at his birthday party, he pointed at everyone after the story, and he said, "This is what you contributed. This is what you contributed. You put fish in my freezer. You put deer in my freezer. And then at the end, he says, this year, everyone has contributed to filling mine and Graham's freezers." And as he said that, a singular tear ran down his face. And at this point, everyone was crying. And we had just realized the magnitude of the story. So you can think about this story in a lot of different ways. I encourage you to think about it as you're sitting here for the rest of the day. And with that, I'm going to pass out gifts to executive council members. For everyone watching online, I'm passing out herring egg earrings and herring egg necklaces. A little something from Sitka. These gifts are for all of you because I appreciate everything you've done for our Native community, what you're currently doing, and everything you've taught me in the last year. So Ganesh Chish Hawa.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kita. Thank you, Ms. Board. Now move on to the Audit Committee report. Catherine Edwards, Chair of Audit Committee, will preside. Ms. Edwards, if you can bring the Moss Adams rep to the microphone when you're ready. Ms. Edwards.
Is Teresa? Well, Teresa's coming up as chair of the audit committee, and Jackie already told you guys yesterday what my report will be. Once again, we have had a clean audit with no findings. I want to thank the committee, Pat Alexander, Mary Edenshaw, Jackie Pata, and Ken Sutherland. And Teresa's going to present the audit for us.
Life is what happens when you're busy. Actually, this is a relic on the agenda that I've never been able to get rid of in the past 4 years. We haven't had the auditors present to the assembly in probably 2 years before COVID started. So there really is no agenda audit to present, but we used to fly them up here and they would do a presentation. So now we just do that to the audit committee and save ourselves those few bucks to fly them up here. So, So every year it appears on the agenda, and every year we don't have an auditor come and present, but they do present to our audit committee via Zoom or virtually every year. So those meetings are done that way now.
Mr. Chair, that concludes our report.
Wow, you're a role model.
Do we need a motion to accept it?
There would be a motion to receive the audit report. Is there a motion? I can hear, sounds like a motion in a second. Is there any objection to receipt of the audit report? Not heard. Received. Thank you. Now we move on to the introduction of budgets. James Jack, Chair of the Finance Committee. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pressed all morning to change the format of how we greeted you. I was going to change it by saying, I'm going to see who's all awake. I was going to say, good morning, ladies. But now, it's after lunchtime. Before I get started, one of my friends was passed. Every time he got up to speak, he'd add a little humor. So I want to do that if it's okay with everybody. Anybody feel like laughing? There was this couple that had been in a heavy disagreement for a couple of days, arguing all the time. So that afternoon, they were driving down the road, and the wife looked out and saw a group of jackasses. And she sarcastically said to her husband, relatives? To which the husband replied, yes, in-laws. Geelsunoach sai, klein getrenach, wishkitan hat city jagna, daktein tan yadi awachat, zu wishkitan dachkan, huna kawachat city. You all know by the paper you got that my name is James Jack Sr. So I'm here to introduce the 2023 proposed budget amendments and the FY 2024 proposed budget. Mr. Chairman, you want to take it from here?
Yes, we are seeking a motion for the to adopt the FY 2023 proposed budget amendments and the FY 2024 proposed budget. Mr. Jack, are we in this assembly, are we going to move and then refer to the later date, or are we adopting those today?
Mr. Chairman, is it your place to ask for the motion? Is that what you did?
I was just explaining that you could go ahead and ask for the motion, Mr. Chair.
Is there a motion to adopt the 2023 proposed budget amendments and the 2024 proposed budget?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to adopt the proposed budget and the amendment for 20, what was it? 24. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry, do we have a second, Mr. Chair?
there was a second, but I didn't hear who it was.
I think it's Mr. Cornell.
In question was called for.
So the previous question is moved. We have a motion and a second for adoption of the FY 2023 proposed budget amendments and the FY 2024 proposed budget. We can move these by unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the motions? None heard. By general consent, they are adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jack.
I'm sorry, James Price rose in the back. So, Mr. Price, did you rise to object? Can I ask Mr. Price if he rose to object? I see that.
I might be out of line, but I want to know what amendment you're talking about. Because if that amendment is not passed on in other additional resolutions that we're having on the floor, how are we going to include that in the budget?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Price, the amendments are the reconciliation of the budget that was adopted in last year's tribal assembly to actual, so that we are adopting the full year's budget. And now the second part of the motion is to propose the new 2024 budget as proposed. That will be adopted. And in next year's tribal assembly, we will adopt a motion for the amendments to this year's budget that are made reconciled to actual through this year, that will then be recorded in the next year's tribal assembly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Mr. Chair, might I recommend then that you ask again for if there's no objection?
Yes, sir. Is there any objection to the motion for unanimous consent for the adoption of the proposed budgets for 23 and the amendments for 23 and the proposed budget for 24? Is there any objection? Is there any objection? No objection. The motion is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Jack. Now before us, the Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation agenda item. Cecilia Taviolero is chair of the Landless Coalition. Ms. Taviolero.
Gunalchish. Thank you for listening to me. I would like to acknowledge President Peterson and thank him for the opportunity to be on our agenda for this tribal assembly. President Emeritus Thomas, the Executive Council, Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood, Grand Presidents Heather Gurko and Daphne Albee, and our esteemed very own new ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover. Honored delegates, elders, and guests. I am currently the president of Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation. We're a nonprofit corporation and we're comprised by 2 representatives from each of the 5 communities that were left out of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. From Ketchikan, we have Randy Williams and Cynthia Taylor. From Wrangell, we have Leo Barlow and Levon Garvey. From Petersburg, we have Brenda, Louise, and myself. From Haines, we have Harriet Burlett and Georgiana Hotch. From Tenakee, we have Al Hill and Tom Paddock. We've been at this for quite a few years. We're entering our 52nd year of ANCSA's incomplete and partial acknowledgement of our people. Our 5 communities got left out of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, and a lot of people did not know why. Been asking this question for years. However, a couple of things that have been brought to our attention was there were 2 50-year contracts with Japan, and the United States was selling timber at a loss. They were subsidizing those sales. Those were going on in the backyards of our communities at the time. This was pointed out by Congressman Young on one of my visits to DC. And also, there was a change in the law. It was originally the Native population needed to be the majority in the community. And then it changed. So that was village corporations. And later it was changed to where if there was history in that community, Native history that went back years, and that is when it was changed, it was called urban corporations, and there are a few around the state, 2 in Southeast. We would have qualified under that criteria. For some reason, we were just left out. And many of you know this. I'm speaking to a supportive group here. We know this. We have 5 communities represented in this room with our delegates. Our bill got a lot of momentum last Congress. We had a hearing and we were hoping that we were going to get to markup, but it didn't happen. A lot of things were going on, of course, with COVID as well, so our issue slipped down a little bit. I'd like to ask everyone to pray because here we are again. We're going to reintroduce a bill. And we have support, yay, Mary Peltola. She's on the Democrat side, and Senators Murkowski and Sullivan have been very supportive as well. So we've got a bipartisan bill in the works, and we appreciate Mary Peltola very much. Congressman Don Young was well respected, and she's picking up his work. The United States government has called this a lands bill. However, we refer it to at the very core of this bill, it's a human rights issue. These were stolen lands and we want some of it back. Albeit it is only 23,040 acres per community, it's still something. And in the way our people look at things through thousands of years, our ancestors and then us present here now, we're looking out for the future generations, the ones to come. And I would like to just express my sincere appreciation to Wishkiton leader Sam Hanlon Sr. when he told me the story about unity. I am absolutely appreciating the fact that now, out in the open, that all of our organizations, all of our people are coming together in unity. Our grandparents, A&B and ANS, the child, Tlingit and Haida, the grandchild, Sea Alaska, we're all working together to bring this to fruition. There's approximately 4,400 landless shareholders, and we all need to pull together for them. We all know there's many clans represented there. Dukdane Tan, my own, Yunye Di, Wishkitan, Kagwan Tan, Sakwe Di, there's many others, Deshitan, there's quite a few of clans. There are brothers and sisters, there are relatives. So we need to pull together. And I'm thankful that we are pulling in the same canoe, in the same direction. We appreciate all the support. We will continue to go on. A lot of people have lost hope. We don't want to do that. It's not for us, it's for our future generations. So we have no choice. We want to win this battle, and it is a battle. It's a battle for land. I'd like to refer to a couple of words that I keep near me. My mom used to tell me our words don't fall to the ground, so we're always careful with what we say. The words will float around. Okay, here I'm going to repeat Dr. Sobolov. He said one time, how do you win the war? How do we win the war? By having a plan A, a plan B, a plan C. And something else he said, one of his favorite scriptures, and I start our meetings off with it sometimes, and that is, seek justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. Just like the founding fathers of A&B, they knew we needed help, a higher power on our side. So that's important to me. I like that scripture a lot. Clarence Jackson. We'd be passing, I'd be coming, he'd be going, seeing each other at the Cake Airport or at Tongass Futures Roundtable meeting. He would say, don't give up, don't give up. And I appreciated those words because sometimes you feel like giving up. Looks like an impossible battle, but we're going to overcome it. In my generation or the next generation, we're not going to give up. Pete Martin Sr., my mom's youngest brother, he said, persistence always pays. And I believe that. We're hopeful, but we're ready to pass the torch, just in case. We're bringing our others up with us. I'd like to introduce Nathan Lopez, landless shareholder from Petersburg, or a shareholder descendant from Petersburg. He's a delegate. Nathan Lopez, thank you.
Shagao Yuahat Duasauch, Klinket Yinach, Yunyedi Nachatsati, Dakdaintan Yadi Ayahat. My name is Nathan Lopez. I was born and raised in Petersburg. I'm a landless descendant and a landless shareholder. Growing up from a young child, my dad would be sitting in his favorite chair, and he had a lamp that would be shining over his documents. His name was Michael Lopez. Was a delegate, very involved in landless and many issues in Petersburg. And I would watch him as a little kid as he would dig through this little filing bin, which was a milk crate, and it was stuffed full of papers. And it was full of papers from landless. Issues and documents that he had pulled out of his own research for years to try to equip himself with the knowledge that he needed to be able to represent our people well. I'm so proud of what my dad did. He would pull me over to his chair with that little lamp, and he would show me these documents. And I grew up with this from a young child. I'm just so proud of all the work that my father did, Michael Lopez. He passed on to be with the Lord, and he had a fight in him to never give up for what is right and to right the wrong of this injustice. I'm also very proud of my Auntie Cecilia, who took up the torch of her brother Mike as he asked her on his deathbed to take over his work. I love you, Auntie, and I'm very proud of you. I had a friend, as we were out on a ride, he said, "Can I ask you a question?" And he wanted to know, asked me a question about landless. He said, "I'm not a landless supporter." I said, "Can I ask you about this?" "Yeah, sure." And he said, "It seems like all you're doing is picking the best lands that I hunt and I fish on." And I looked at him, I said, "Okay, I hear you." That's not the case. 50 years ago, the lands that were picked, they were all near our homeland. Now it's a piece here, a piece there, a piece here, a piece there. The piece of property you're talking about is an area that you fish on or hunt on once or twice a year. Our lands that we originally had, they're not there anymore. And he looked at me, he said, "That makes sense. Thanks for sharing." You know, to be able to have those dialogues with those that don't understand is so powerful. It was great to have that moment with him. Can I ask all landless descendant and landless shareholders to please stand up? We are Indigenous. We will remain Indigenous, landless or not, but we will not stop letting our voice be heard. Can we give a hand to all these landless shareholders and descendants? You may be seated. We have land that we've never been given. Our parents, grandparents, aunties, and uncles, and many of those who have passed on have fought a good fight, and now it's our turn to continue to stand up for what is right. Many of us landless shareholders and descendants walk through and step on our land every day. I believe one day soon, others will recognize that truth. It's been a battle for over 50 years. Now is our time. Goodness Chief for standing with us in this pursuit, in memories of those who have passed from us, for us who are still living, and for our children and children's children. Goodness Chief.
Thank you. We now have a video, a short video to present to Tribal Assembly. I also want to thank Nicole Hollingstead of Peters, who is a great support to us. Richard Reinhardt, who is a Wrangell shareholder, he's a great support to us. We really appreciate you attending our meetings. All of our team, Cedar Group Alaska, they put our logistics for travel and meetings together. We really appreciate them. And also, Sea Alaska is a super, super awesome help. We submit a resolution every year to Central Council, our Tribal Assembly, and it's passed every year. This year it's generic because we don't have a bill in just yet. We may amend our resolution when the bill numbers come in, and we want everyone to join us in this fight, this battle. Thank you. If we can play the video right now, and we'll get to questions in a moment. Thank you.
For those that don't know me, my name's Ole Tog III. Was born in Juneau, St. Anne's Hospital in 1952. Raised in Teneke until I started high school back in the late 60s, 67. Graduated in 70. Joined the Navy in 1971 when the ANCSA thing was kicking off. Was able to get signed up because my mom sent me the paperwork for that. I'd enrolled for Teneke because that's where we grew up.
My name's Gush Klein Levi Reinhardt. I am of the Nanya Ai clan.
I'm a child of the Kiksadi and the grandchild of the Teton. We are the ancestral people of the Stikine River, which is the Stikine River located near Wrangell, Alaska, one of the 5 landless communities. We've always lived on that land, we still live on that land, and we will always live on that land because it is our land. We've been there for over 10,000 to 15,000 years, and we're not going anywhere.
My name is James Kruchish Hart. I'm from Haines, Deschutes. I'm an artist, president of the Chilkoot Indian Association, basketball coach for the high school. And I have my mom, my brother, and lots of other family members that still reside in Haines.
Our people's connection to the land is one of the most vital things we have. Our language is intertwined with the land. Many parts of our language come from what's around us. And it provides food, it provides medicine, it provides our way of life. We made commodities out of it. We made longhouses, canoes, regalia, the nachin, the chilkat robes are made from mountain goat wool. Our hats are made from cedar bark. Our canoes are made from cedar bark. And it all comes from the land, and without the land, we don't have our way of life.
It seems kind of sad that over the last 50 years that all the people in the landless that got left out, a lot of them are gone now, so they'll never realize, you know, anything out of this landless deal. It would have been nice to have a chance at 50 years of seeing something, though. Had we all been included. My experience growing up in Teneke is a lot of fishing and hunting as a youngster. I started out from the time I was probably as young as my grandson is now, 5 or 6, and with a rod in my hand all the time, sitting out on the dock. Of course, I had to have a life jacket on, and I would be out there for hours from the time I got up until sometimes they'd have to call me to come home for bedtime. They usually didn't have to call me around dinner time or anything like that, but I'd finish my dinner and get right back out there.
If we owned a piece of our land, we would feel a deeper connection, and it would help our people feel motivated to once again live the way our grandparents lived, harvest from the same areas that they once harvested from, fish from the same riverbanks, and being able to harvest from those places again, knowing that it is where our ancestors once harvested, but also now we own again, would mean more to us than anything.
I mean, if you do look at the footprint of the cities that we've created in this Western civilization today versus the footprint that we left through Tlingit culture or the cultures of Southeast Alaska, we've left it in pristine hands. There's a reason why there's cities in all these beautiful spots. It's because we took care of these places and made sure that it would sustain us for future generations.
Seemed kind of strange that the 5 communities that were left out. It would be nice for something for some of the younger generation. You don't know what's coming down the road. I mean, the way the world is changing all now, you never know what's going to be here in 50 years.
Just about over 100 years ago, my great-grandparents helped form the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood that helped create the ANCSA bill. And my great-uncle, William Paul Sr., he was actually considered the father of the Land Claims Act. And it's unfortunate that his community was left out for no reason. And I've watched many generations go on fighting this fight. I grew up watching my grandfather fight for this for many, many years up until his deathbed. And my father promised him that he would continue fighting until it happens, until we will get our land back. And throughout those years, I've watched my dad fight recklessly to make a difference and make this known and make it be heard again, because newer generations aren't speaking up and aren't coming out in support of this bill because they don't know enough about it.
The longer we wait, the more and more land that's being kind of swooped up, and we're getting pushed further and further away from our homelands. And now we do have an opportunity to kind of recreate, see where we're at today, and how are we going to introduce ourselves in the future.
Just like my father made that promise to his father, I've promised to him that I will keep fighting past when he is gone, if it still has not happened, because we will keep fighting, and I can guarantee you my children will keep fighting, and so on until it does happen, because it's the right thing to do.
Gunalchish for listening to our continuing fight. I don't want to say plight, I'm going to say fight. We're not going to give up. We're not going away. You can see our young people are very passionate about this, and we appreciate that. So we have 50 years of communities in Southeast having experience, and we know what they'll help us with what we should stay away from and which direction we should go. So I guess we'll go ahead and take some questions. Gilbert Gunderson, or excuse me, Stokes from Wrangell.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Gil, you've been recognized.
I'm a little difficulty in speaking or hearing also. Gil Stokes, Anchorage delegate from Wrangell, formerly that is, always home. Wrangell's always home. I just wanted to come here and say perhaps we know exactly the 5 villages, what we're doing and where we came from and what it looked like. But the delegation here, I would like just to explain to you that the landless, I have to apologize to you. I do get very hyper when it comes to this. We are no different for the land settlement claim. My grandfather was born in Wrangell in the early 1800s, middle of the 1800s. My grandmother was from Sitka, but they settled in Wrangell, and that's where we come from. The land is not any different than the settlements that they have given the rest of the communities of Alaska. Nothing. I just can't imagine 50 years ago when I was in my 40s, and here I am now, almost 90, and we still don't have any settlements from that. We do know Congress is kind of in favor of it at this time, at this point. We have the Democrats and the Republicans both on our side apparently, but whether they have the majority, we do not know at this point. But we're looking for this organization to give support, whatever you can, because we are no different than any place else. The one thing I am concerned about is I lived back east in New York City when the settlement happened for the Alaska in 1971. And when Wrangell and Petersburg and the other villages, Kwans, were denied, well, my family listed me on the original sign-up for the villages, but mine got lost. But I'm not the only one. Now, the question is, I've asked around several. I talked to Richard for one thing, Richard Reinhardt, and I mentioned to Cecilia, but we do not know how we can open the registration again. I have to say, I'm one of the only ones of the original who are still walking. I thank the Lord for that. He's been very good to me. And I do believe if you have a chance just to let somebody know in Congress that you do support the 5 villages. Ketchikan, Wrangell, Petersburg, Haines, Seneca, yes. Whatever you do, just root for us, okay? Amen.
Amen.
Ms. Belil?
I'd like, my name's Harriet Miyasato Belil. I come from Wrangell, Alaska also. I grew up with Gilbert and their families. And I am half Tlingit, half Japanese. So in 1941 or 2, they took my dad and they took my brother, George Macedo, George Worthington Macedo, up to Fort Richardson. They were arrested by James Nolan, who was a very good friend of ours. He didn't want to do it, but they were arresting all the Japanese, 120,000 on the West Coast. And so I was 7 years old, something like that, and I got called all kinds of dirty names, you know, dirty Jap, dirty Indian, this and that, you know. I grew up kind of feeling like I couldn't take a shower and get clean sometimes, having these things, and my mother didn't really tell me what was going on, but I remember writing letters to my dad. But my dad, when he retired, he came to Anchorage, where I lived 33 years with my second husband and raised my 7 children. Ended up with 12 grandchildren, 14 great-grandchildren, 2 great-great-grandchildren, and I'm same age as Gilbert, 89 years old. But I've been writing letters to Lisa Murkowski, Sullivan. I've been lobbying at AFN, and I know that you know, why was this happening? Nobody knows, but I remember talking to Mary Hollingsted Smith when she lived in Anchorage. And she said that the original time of the putting these communities in, she said they did, although they didn't do it, her mother was very influential then, Amy Hollingsted. And you know, they took nickels and dimes those days and fundraised and everything just to get the land claims and all that, and they worked hard. But the thing is, I wrote this letter to, and I talked to Lisa and Mary and Dan Sullivan in Anchorage, and I said, you know, my dad waited nearly 50 years too for the Japanese settlement of $20,000. I said, are you going to make them wait 50 years? You've made them wait 50 years now. And this is injustice to a group of people. I said, why are you doing this? Because it's very clear to me, you know, and my dad, he would say to my oldest son, George, when George would be rubbing his back, oh, when we get the 20,000, we'll buy a new car. But in all the lifetime of my dad, he was never bitter, and he was always loyal to United States, and he never talked bad. And I feel that if people here in this room even picked up a pen and got the addresses and started a personal letter writing campaign, which I think the Landless did try when they sent me letters when Clarence Antioquia, when they first formed their coalition. Now, he was urging everyone to write letters and go behind this movement here, so that, because a personal letter will mean a lot. A personal letter really carries weight. And I did mine, and Lisa Murkowski responded, so did Dan Sullivan. And I would say, even though they get big corporations, the Sea Alaska, Central Council, everything else, personal letters are much better. And I would say, I would urge everyone in this room to get the addresses and write it, because it would help. It would help a lot. And I can feel, although my dad died March of '89, they awarded the $20,000 the next month. But it was something that he looked forward to, and it was an injustice of what they did. The same thing as this Landless is an injustice. I thank the Central Council. They have grown so big. I just can't imagine. And I went on that tour, and I mean, it just overwhelmed me. But thank you for listening to me today, and I'm hoping that this is a battle that has to be won too. And it has to be won, but you can do your bit too by writing letters and supporting this. It doesn't take that much, doesn't take much time, but it carries weight. Thank you to all my friends and family. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Harriet, for your words.
Ms. Lawrence? Go ahead. Ms. Lawrence?
I'm Catherine Lawrence, and I'm with the Juneau Tlingit and Haida Community Council. My heart is beating so hard because this land issue is very dear to my heart. For how many years have our people fought? And it still goes on today. And I want to thank those that are working on and calling themselves landless. I would suggest that you say rightful land owners. We got to switch things around, that it does belong to you, to all of us. And I want to say to all the delegates sitting here, it's not just these 5 communities, it's all of us. We're all connected. You heard Cecilia mention 5 clans, but if we took a poll here, somebody's married to that clan, somebody's married into this clan, we're all one, not just 5 landless communities, but we need to stand up and be stronger than ever before. We need to push on this issue like never before. We need to organize with the other corporations like they were speaking so proudly this morning. Oh yes, we do this together. Oh yes, we work with Sea Alaska on this. Oh yes, Gold Belt's concerned about this too. And this is what we need to hear about the land. The other issue that's coming up is our Native veterans. You know, is that going to be an easy deal? We've never had an easy deal when it concerns land, and we need to be informed. And even with our Native allotments and what our family has. So land is such a big issue where sometimes our people would say, Anyat Osani, children of the land. And that's what we all are. from here to Juneau to Anchorage, every Clinton Haida Community Council, we're all children of the land. And I want to be able to see a triumph in this area very soon. And that means a lot of us stepping in and realizing we need to be supportive. And one thing I truly, truly believe in is the Lord. And I know He wants these things to come back to us because we are the rightful owners in Jesus' name. And I pray that we're going to have some great successes coming and that your work will show that also, that you won't give up, that you won't say, oh, we're doing this for nothing. Because our people have stood in the gap for how long? Each organization probably started because they were faced with issues like what you're facing, and they decided to come together. So I want to say to those of you who have worked with Cecilia and the others, Gunalchish, Aklein, Gunalchish, for the work you are doing and will be doing. And I pray for all our delegates here to really think and take on what you can do. In the name of Jesus, I pray and speak success to get our land back. Amen.
Mr. Kadek?
Thank you, Mr. Micklin. You know, we spent half the energy we do fighting each other instead of working together like I was asking about this morning. If all the entities got together and supported you guys, I cannot look you in the eye and tell you that I'm doing all I can to do everything I can to help you. But I know in my heart I'm not doing it. So why tell you if you want something to hear? That's what they tell you, just so you can go away. Hold their feet to the fire. Each and every one of us elected officials, we need to be all together. We spend half the energy that we do fighting with each other instead of fighting the people that are causing all this trouble. All the organizations that don't want us to see you guys succeed there, those are the ones that we should be fighting there, not with each other or for this piece of land or that piece of land. We had our piece of land there in each one of our little corporations that we have now. And whatever we did with it, that's their own fault or whatever. And whatever you guys want to do with your land there, I'm all for it there. I support you guys there, and we need to all unite together there, meaning every organization there, so we shouldn't think of what non-native thinks of us. If we're troublemakers or anything like that there, we don't care. We're fighting for our people. We tell our people when it's election time, we're going to fight for you. Do it. Don't just say it.
Thank you, Delbert.
Mr. Marks?
Chish, Ziag, Wutua Ach, Hastutundantani, Adewuti, ya, Shuganach, ya, Washtan Kwan, Hatas Yawagu, negotiations, Awehas ya in the Hik, Taketi, Washtan Kwan, Awajakha Huni, Dakhwaye Yawaka, Taketi, Ka. Chutlekhwa in Kakaktutlakao. Yewayeti that Chutlekhwa has to in Kakaktutlakao. When the Americans they first came up here, our people were negotiating for peace up in the Haines area. And the American got upset because we're a tough people. And he killed them right there on the spot. And the other man that was there, he said from now on, we're going to fight you forever. And that's the way it is now. That's the way our people are. We're fighting for our own land. We heard my auntie say that we're all interconnected. Yat khuni atunakayakhat kawaha akhlis kudach. My uncle right here, related to him through my grandmother, Adeline Jackson, stikatiedi ha ikau ha, chitlekwe gakayan tunak. Let's all stand up together as one, is what he's been saying. Yewe achtwaskuin kachwaniki would ikait watusaach stikachuhan. Wuhan kagwantan khasiti cheat watu ahen nanya aitach kachkana aukas. The Kagwantans, we claim the merlet through the Nanya Ai. Hastu Dachkan Kaya House City, Achaya Ya Cheat Watu Ahen, Chakut Ashkalsnik, Aya Hawatu Ahen, Yaha Had Uwu. We all claim different things in our U, but we are all interconnected. We all, the best way I can explain it, like Austin said, it was like the roots. Our roots extend far, far. And that's the way I wanted to explain it, is like how we claim things. Our grandparents over in Wrangell, my father's people up in Haines, our roots extend long and far. And we are one people. Long time ago, we were one Jesu. Adeyati, yeah, it is still the same way today. We are one. And a cage and can raise teach. Wushin yejikach to ne. My older brother, David, he always used to say, let's work together. Let's all work together. Yewech to ask in kachwanigi. Kunchish yewe.
Stevens?
Sue Stevens, delegate from Wrangell. My Tlingit name is Kataklot. Nanyai Ayahat, Kiksadi Yadi Ayahat, Shatkin Kwan Ayahat. I'm happy to be here today and share with you that in 2017, I made a presentation to AFN to try to get the ANSEP school in Wrangell. And I had done some research into why so many Native Alaskan women are abused. And it was because one of the reasons that has been supported through research is that we don't have land. Many of us don't have land, so this is another important reason for us landless to get some land in this cheese.
Sheesh. Thank you.
Ms. Peel? Ms. Peel, go ahead.
Cheese. Kahwe Ayakat. Luka Kadi Dakshan Ayakat. I am a grandchild of the Luka Kadi of the Raven House in Haines. And I remember getting in the mail that I inherited my grandfather, Donawak Austin Hammonds, landless shares. And my hope is that this is resolved. And I hope that my son, Kamal Lindoff, Saka, and his cousins, and their children, and their grandchildren are not, will become original shareholders instead of left outs. That's what I really hope. And I appreciate what you have done, Cecilia. Because when I got that letter
Faye and I inherited landless shares. I was young, but now I know what it means. That we didn't get to be on our land up there like everybody else. Gonna cheesh.
Mr. Sanderson?
Oh, there you are, Will. Okay. Rob Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. Rob Sanderson Jr., Ketchikan delegate. I rise to speak here this afternoon in support of the landless, although I am from a land-based village corporation. So I just want to share with you words from my late father, Robert Sanderson Sr. As we were talking one evening, he too supports the landless. He mentioned to me that going forward, that and full honesty, I'm not part of the landless coalition. I haven't been in meetings, but and maybe you guys already are talking about this here, but I'm going to share with you what he shared with me. Everybody that knew my father knew he was a very intelligent man, and he mentioned while still working to get status for the 5 landless communities, that the communities that are involved need to start talking amongst each other. Let's say that this was gonna, let's put it in a scenario where it was, it was gonna happen, okay? And he thought that he was looking down the road a bit, and he thought it would be wise for the landless communities to have their ducks in order before this was made into federal law. Because what would happen if the landless weren't identifying boundaries, talking with, looking at different, what may be on the land. One landless community might get a value of land that was more than another. And maybe surface rates, trees, whatever, that you guys are talking about. And in a nutshell, he was just saying that start working together and start identifying tracts of land that may be close to another community that is a community that does have land, and start looking at boundaries that everybody's happy with and can settle on. And reach out and talk to your clan leaders, clan houses, and in other words, have your affairs in order in case that does come to law. That's all. So I was just sharing what he shared with me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, geez. Robert, Bob, we have our website, and I don't know if you noticed it. Some people probably couldn't read it, but we do have a website called withoutland.org, and that is our, it's got a lot of information in there, including the 1993 congressionally mandated study on all the communities, find out why we were left out. It basically found that our communities did not differ significantly than any of the other communities that did qualify and did receive corporation status. But we do have our maps showing now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And I
It's on there.
apologize for leaving, but the Ketchikan Clinton Haida Community Council's full support of the Landless Coalition. Thank you.
Geez, thank you.
President Emeritus Thomas?
Good afternoon. Thank you for your report. It appears to me what we've been doing in the past hasn't worked, and part of it is because of obstacles. And it's my understanding that one of the biggest obstacles is Senator Cantwell from Washington State. And it would appear to me it would do us justice if we worked with affiliated tribes, Northwest Indians, and got them to pass a resolution, because they have a good relationship with her. Whereas we, there's Democrat-Republican friction between our senators from Alaska and the Democrats from Washington State. So it appears to me that we should have a stronger strategy, join forces with tribes in Washington to try to get Senator Cantwell to be more receptive to us getting the landless lands. The other question I have you made any progress with the Forest Service? You know, part of the problem when you have a Democratic administration and the Forest Service is part of the administration, it seems like there's opportunity to soften the objections they've had for getting land within the Tongass. You know, I don't know what you can do to soften that up. I know we have cooperative agreements with the Forest Service from the tribal side. What does that mean? Does that mean we're friends, or does it mean they're going to negotiate with us to get you land? I think we got to find out. Well, what is the strength of our cooperative agreements? If it means nothing, just tell us that. Because right now, I think one of the major obstacles for at least 20 years has been the Forest Service. Anyway, that's my opinion, and I hope that you will be able to address some of those.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. We do have a working relationship with the Forest Service. What was the first thing you mentioned? Senator Maria Cantwell. We are having a heck of a time having a sit-down meeting with Senator Cantwell. I understand President Peterson didn't have a problem. And we were looking, you know, to Central Council to set up a meeting with Senator. And she is pretty tight with the environmental community, and they have been our biggest obstacle because they came right out and told us a couple of years ago they thought we were going to go ahead and log every tree in sight like back in the early 70s. We have a lot of young people who are educated nowadays taking over the corporations, and we're hoping that, well, we know for sure that they are more environmentally aware than what was going on back in the day when the act first passed. So we do have plans. We've had numerous people, even from our own delegation, which I have to thank our delegation. Seattle delegation has been always very supportive, and we submit resolutions on behalf of the 5 landless communities. And so Ganoch Chief to the Seattle delegation. But we've had a number of people try to get an appointment, you know, to meet with Senator Cantwell. We're not going to give up. We're going to keep going, even if we just meet with her staff, because they relay a lot of the information and educate the senator about issues that are facing them. So thank you. So take note, withoutland.org, there's a petition that you can sign on there. Also, taking Harriet Belial's advice, you can write letters as well. I remember hearing years ago you could write a note on a piece of brown paper bag and send it to DC, and they'll pay attention to that before they would have typed a letter. So I don't know if that's still true. They'll look at their email. Sure. So Ganoch Chief, thank you so much for your attention and your questions and your support.
Thank you. If there's no objection, I will ask President Peterson to rise and begin an informal discussion on a question of whether there should be a break for caucus by unanimous consent. President Peterson.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
If you would begin an informal discussion on whether we should, by general consent, call for a break for caucus.
Yeah. Is this on? Mr. Chair, several people have asked for a 20-minute break for caucus.
If there's no objection, we will, by general consent, agree to a 20-minute break for caucus. The time is 1:55, so 20 minutes. Delegates, we will now reconvene from our break. Jan Peel is chair of the enrollment committee and will take on the agenda item for candidate speeches. Jan, chair of the elections committee, you have the chair.
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt you for one moment?
Yes,
Again,
Mr.
if we
President.
have Delegate, we're in order, so please take your seats. So,
Ms. Peel, you have the gavel. You may use it judiciously.
Thank you, Vice President Micklin. Good afternoon. I would like to say welcome, Mr. President, all of the vice presidents, our honorable host and hostess, our ANB ANS trusted, beautiful elders. Welcome to the 88th Tribal Assembly. Welcome, all of you delegates, for our first in-person Tribal Assembly. I've missed seeing you all here. We are today going to do voting on a tribal associate judge. All of the candidates will have 3 minutes. And I think most of you remember that if you go above 3, I'm going to shove you off the podium. I wanted to see if anybody was awake. We are also doing the emerging leader. And we have videos for the 2 of them. And we are also going to be doing the Delegate Citizen of the Year. I would also like to take a quick second to welcome all of the people that are online. Remember when we had to do that last year? Now, we have one citizen for the Delegate Citizen of the Year. And since we only have the one, I would like to take and ask your permission for us to do a unanimous consent to make Cindy Peterson our Delegate Citizen of the Year. Do I have any objection?
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
I recognize some voices, not all of them, so please tell me who you are, where you're from.
Madam Chair, this is Will Micklin, the chair of the session.
Yes, Will.
I was just asking, the balloting is tomorrow on the agenda. So if there's a single candidate, then I would suggest, since you have the chair, you could ask for a unanimous consent to suspend the rules, to modify the agenda, to move the ballot to today, and cast a unanimous ballot for the candidate without objection.
What he said.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and to be able to cast the unanimous consent ballot for Cynthia Peterson as Delegate of the Year, Citizen of the Year Today.
Cindy Peterson for Delegate
Yes.
Citizen of the Year.
Yes, correct.
Okay, it has been put out on a motion. Do I have a second? It's been seconded.
It was unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, yes, I'm sorry. Hearing no objections, Cindy Peterson is your new Delegate Citizen of the Year. Where is she? The mic is way up here.
I am truly blessed and truly honored to get these positions today. I am so proud of my heritage as being a Haida, and so blessed to be part of this tribe. Thank you to President Peterson, President Emeritus Thomas, Executive Council, delegates, elders, host and hostess, A and B and ANS. Thank you. I'm pretty nervous about this, but I'm so blessed and so honored to be part of you. I feel like everybody in this room is my family. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Okay, we will be doing 3-minute speeches, and this is going to be for the Associate Justice, and they are in order received. Monty Mills did not have a video. His information is on, I believe, on board. So you could see that. We have Kagan Smith. Is he in the house? Kagan Smith, go ahead.
President Peterson, members of the Judiciary Committee, and other delegates to the Tribal Assembly. I am Kane Smith Jr. I am honored to appear before you today as you consider my candidacy for Associate Justice of the Tlingit and Haida Supreme Court. I was born in Philadelphia and lived in Maine for many years. My father was a doctor and a professor of medicine. My mother was an Episcopal priest and a civil rights activist. I moved to Fairbanks 2 years ago, just after having had the honor of representing the National Congress of American Indians and 10 other tribal organizations in the case of Yellen versus Confederated Tribes of the Chehalis Reservation. As you know, that case went to the Supreme Court and presented a significant challenge to tribal sovereignty, but it also drew in the reach of Alaska Native corporations imposed by ANCSA. The Chehalis case has stayed with me for a number of reasons, but mostly because ANCSA, as you are all aware, is really unfinished business. This may sound controversial, but it's clear to me that ANCSA was intended to be a termination statute. Luckily, however, it failed in that regard. On the contrary, there's simply more work to do, work that we might just call restoration, the restoration of tribal sovereignty over a land base. I see the seeds of that all around now, and one thing is very clear. The Tlingit and Haida have led the way in the past and continue to lead the way today. You are restoring a land base over which to exercise your inherent sovereignty. It's well exemplified by Executive Council Resolution 2225 of last July to have the Secretary of the Interior take lands into trust in the so-called Juneau Indian Village, and by Secretary of Howland's November decision to take a small parcel into trust. Of course, Alaska is challenging that decision in the federal courts, but I'm confident that the Klingon and Haida will prevail in that case as it has done in other cases involving self-determination in the past. We spend a lot of time and energy defending tribal sovereignty from outside colonizing forces, the state and the federal governments. But the real work of sovereignty is from the inside, nation building. And that's what your tribal court system is all about. The fair resolution of local issues through your trial court, your wellness court, on referral to your court of elders, or on appeal to your Supreme Court defines who you are as a people, the heart and soul of Tlingit and Haida. It's really what keeps this body sovereign, not only for this generation, but for generations to come. I would relish the opportunity to be part of that. Thank you for your time today. I'm honored to have your consideration.
That was Kagan Smith. Next, we'll have Aurora Lair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aloha kako, Tribal Hostess, Della Colburn, Tribal Host Willard Jackson Sr., Chief Justice Kilji Slang, Associate Justice Fairbanks Stemmert, Honorable Delegates, President Emeritus Thomas, President Peterson, Vice Presidents, Emerging Leaders, ANS Emeritus Grand President Millie Schoonover, ANS Grand Camp President Daphne Albee, ANB Grand Camp President Heather Gerko, honorable elders, guests, including Grandpa, and fellow tribal citizens. My name is Aurora Lair, Lingit Khainak Kawanya Yuchat Duasak, O Hoku Okalani Ko'oi Noa, Cha'ak Hatsiti, Nanya Ai Ayachat, Nechari Yari Ayachat. My name is Aurora Lair. My Tlingit name is Kawanya, which was given to me by my great aunt Jackie Clark. My mother is Daphne Albee, Seattle Community Council President, ANS Grand Camp President. She's right there. My dad, like Christopher Lair. My dad is also John Albee. My grandparents are Leroy Lair, the late Janet Nimmerfro Darris, and Jacob Kobwag Sr. and the late Johanna Kobwag. I'm honored to be with you all here today and ask for your support and your vote as I stand as a candidate for re-election to Associate Justice for the Tlingit and Haida Supreme Court. I've served as an elected judicial officer since 2011 when I came out of University of Washington Law School. I studied federal Indian law and had served in several different capacities within our tribal government as Ms. Tlingit and Haida, and what was student representative and now emerging leader, as a delegate for Seattle Community Council, and as the late Dolores Cariente told me I was interested in the court, and she was right. I've found that in all of the positions that I've found that serving on the court and with our judicial system is where my heart is, and it's where my mind goes to whenever I think of strengthening our tribe for all tribal citizens. I've heard it said by my fellow Associate Justice here that the courts, that's where our sovereignty will be tested. We know that's true, and I am dedicated to continuing to work to build up our courts in a way that protects our sovereignty and advocates for all tribal citizens' rights, and also is grounded in our values, in our cultural values. Our role as elected, as appellate justices, is to help guide the development of the courts. I'd like to do that. And I heard the buzzer. Would like to note two things real quick. You may have noticed that I have not purchased any raffle tickets. I don't think it's appropriate for me to do so until after the balloting is complete. So please don't do your drawings until after you've voted so I can still buy tickets. But today is National High Five Day, and I don't think it's a conflict of interest for me to distribute as many high fives as you would like. So please come see me, and I will give you one. Thank you very much. Ganesh Mahal.
Thank you, Aurora. We'll now hear from the emerging leader candidates. We have Lauren Framke. And if Randy Estrin would like to come up and wait on deck. So please welcome Lauren Framke. She is looking for your vote for the emerging leader.
Hata la'is dalang eith undi hungolgan. Leslie Shakely di Nanuijung. Jeffrey Shakely Sr. di Chinuijin. Anita Lafferty di Nanuijung. Carrie Shakely Isgan Aaron Framke di Yalanguijung. Lauren Framke Hinudi Kiaong. Du Hatas Isgan Sangadagan. Good people, I am honored with your presence. I am the granddaughter of Leslie Shakely and the late Jeff Shakely and Anita Lafferty, Shangu Katie from Huna. I am the daughter of Carrie Shakely from Craig and Aaron Framke from Seattle. I am Haida Eagle Frog from Craig and Tlingit Duckdane Ton from the Snail House in Huna. Our youth are struggling. They're scared and they're angry that their futures are not guaranteed because the globe is warming at a rate higher and faster than ever before, affecting our subsistence living. There are school shootings every week. Their mental health is at an all-time low, and they have been forced to deal with issues that make them older than they are. Our youth are not safe at home, at school, or in the world, and it is our responsibility to protect them from the ugliness that is a direct result of colonization. So, how do we bridge this gap between healing and struggling? How do we honor the sacred in our youth? What bridged this gap for me was Hadkil and dance groups. I was an active dancer in Shtakatnak Sadietki and Wushjiin, and at 16, I started attending Haida language classes. My home was not a safe place, but Haida language class always was. 4 days a week, I was surrounded by aunties and uncles who supported me, uplifted me, and guided me to the path I'm on today. I recently graduated from UAS with cum laude with my bachelor's degree in Alaska Native Languages and Studies, receiving the award of Outstanding Graduate. I'm currently working on a master's in archival cultural preservation and obtaining a teaching certificate in Haida language. I currently work as a youth program coordinator for Gold Belt Heritage Foundation, where I work with high school students in the Anya Kusani program, and I volunteer with elementary students in Ituwu Klutsin. I am passionate about being there for our youth and showing up, and as I like to say, being a professional auntie. It is my greatest goal and hope that all of our tribal youth have positive adults in their life that see the sacred in them and give them the space to be themselves and feel loved, respected, and safe. As aunties and uncles, it is our responsibility to honor our youth and guide them into the adults they'll become, whether it's with our culture, whether it's through language, art, or subsistence living. I hope to have the opportunity to amplify the voices of our youth, and if elected as emerging leader, I will do my best to serve our tribal people. I humbly ask the delegation to vote for me as emerging leader. Ganesh Chish and Hau'a to President Peterson, the Executive Council, the delegation, the host and hostess, and all of our guests. Ganesh Chish Hau'a.
Thank you, Lauren. Our next emerging leader speech comes from Randy Estrin.
want to start with acknowledging that we are on Akwán and Takukwán ancestral land. I also want to acknowledge Tlingit and Haida President Emeritus, the Tlingit Haida President, Executive Committee delegates, veterans, justices, elders, host, hostess, A&B and ANS Grand Camp presidents, and ANS President Emeritus. My name is Randy Estrin. My Haida name is Kilkulans, which means golden voice. I'm from Ketchikan, Alaska, and I'm standing before you to ask for your vote for emerging leader. I'm Kaigani Haida, and I'm Yaklanis, or Doublefin Kilauea, from the Brown Bear Community House. And I'm also Tlingit, and I'm a grandchild of the Kagwantan. My mother is Carrie James Dodson. My father is Daniel Dodson. My sister is Rebecca Estrin, and my brother is Alan Estrin. My grandfather is Embert James. My grandmother is Sarah Allard, on my mother's side. And I'm a business student in the business program at Haskell Indian Nations University currently. I graduate this May, on May 12th to be exact, with my bachelor's in business administration. And thank you. I think that increasing the pool of employees in corporate America that are Native Americans and Alaska Natives is very important. Less than 1% of corporate America employees is occupied by Native American or Alaska Native employees. I think that it's very important to push financial education onto the youth of tribal communities. Tribal economic development is at the heart of so many problems in Indian country today. If we can educate ourselves and our youth on tribal economic development, we can fix a lot of problems that we have today, such as food insecurity, especially tribal food sovereignty, and we can push for educational programs such as language programs, subsistence programs, many programs that would benefit not only the financial aspect of our communities, but also our cultural and our traditional aspects as well. It's very important that we acknowledge business not only as an asset to us, but also as a necessity, just as we acknowledge fiscal policy. I also think that the opioid epidemic is very important as well. This is another issue that can also be fixed if we educate ourselves financially. In the business world, a lot of major decisions are pushed and decided with money. And as, I guess, colonial as that sounds, that's the truth, and that is the world that we live in today. If we develop our communities through these programs, through these food and traditional and language programs, it's going to keep our communities tight-knit. It's going to keep us together as people, it's going to unite us, and it's going to empower us. And that is exactly what we need today, and that's what I believe. And again, I stand here and I ask for your vote for emerging leader, because Tlingit and Haida's mission aligns perfectly with my own mission, and it's something that I deeply believe in and that I'm deeply working towards currently. And I'm taking a year off to pursue professional experience, and I will be getting my MBA for the 2024-2026 cohort, and I will also be traveling to Washington, D.C. the day after tomorrow to attend the Native American Finance Officers Association Leadership Summit and Annual Conference to discuss this exact topic, tribal economic development and policies that affect our communities, with business professionals and many tribal leaders, as 160 tribal communities and nations will be in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, we have 2 films coming up, or 2 videos. The first one is Mary Barnhart, candidate for emerging leader.
I'm Mary Bernhardt, and I'm very honored to have the chance to be considered as emerging leader. Some of the things that I look forward to being able to work with the delegates on is subsistence. You know, our subsistence way of life is very important, and our elders. So providing for our elders, whether that be, you know, like coffee time or time for them to gather, or, you know, families are important, and it's something that I strive to try to do in my community here in Sitka, is include everybody, because everybody needs to have a voice, whether it be through somebody or their own. And I look forward to working with TNH on bettering all of the communities and having that be an option for people.
Mary Barnhart. Our next is Ashlyn Eminoff, candidate for emerging leader.
Yuk a yuk sakini Ashlyn Amana yuk hat do assault. Chok nach city Kagontan I am Ashlyn Amana, Slinga of the Eagle Mighty. My crest is the Killerwell, and I'm from the Pagwantan clan. Ever since I was young, I've had the love for learning, and this has carried it with me throughout my entire life. So when I took my first university class when I was 13, I just felt this love just expand to our culture even more. So I've tried to learn everything I could, take every opportunity that was available. And from what I've learned from these great artists, it's just given me this sense that I need to teach what I know, because it's such what we've made is so amazing. And in addition to all these classes I've taken, I've also been able to be a youth representative for the Elders and Youth Conference, where I was able to engage with communities across the region and just all over Alaska. And I've learned what our people see as problems and what they can see as solutions. And this is just made me able to grow and see what we need in our lives. And it's just given me the opportunities just to engage with people. And it's been an amazing experience. And something I see in our own communities here is that there isn't a lot of camps for people who are graduating. It's like the in-between between youth and not quite elder. And I just want to be able to try and find the solutions to these problems. So if you elected me as an emerging leader, these would be issues I'd want to tackle. And to the new emerging leader, I want to say congratulations and ganesh chish to listening to me.
Ashlyn Eminoff. So tomorrow we will be voting on the Associate Justice, and we will be voting on the Emerging Leader. And I'm very proud to say that Seattle has always pushed to include our youth. And when I look at all of the youth that have been emerging leaders and they've come back and they start to serve, that we did a doggone good job. I think all of the youth that we have that are coming, they had to learn that from somebody. And so, give yourself a hand. Without you guys out there, where would our youth be? We would not have these youth here running for a position. And with that, committee is dismissed, and I turn this back over to Vice President Micklin.
Thank you, Chair Peel. Thank you, Elections Committee. The agenda item is now the Judiciary Committee report. Donna Ray James, Chair of the Judiciary Committee, and Lisa Lang, Chief Justice of the Tribal Court, will present the Tribal Court report. Ms. James and Chief Justice Lang.
Greetings, President Peterson, President Emeritus Thomas. Also, thank you to Tribal Host Willard Jackson Sr. and Hostess Della Colburn, ANB President Gurko, ANS President Albee, our Tribal Justices, which are my side here, and all the fellow delegates. Welcome. My name is Donna Ray James. I'm the chairwoman of the Judiciary Committee, and I'll be providing an introduction of my fellow committee members, justices, and turn to the 2022 report. The judiciary's responsibilities are outlined in Title 6, Chapter 6. The committee is reported to meet at least 3 times per year to conduct the various matters related to the courts. There are 6 other members, and I believe we have some of them in the room. So as I call your name, please stand so that the rest of our delegates can see who stands behind me doing all the work. There's Pat Alexander from Sitka, Carrie Dotson from Ketchikan. I seen Tasha Hotch. Is she still here? Tasha Hotch is from Anchorage. Uncle Bill Martin from Juneau. Eva Rowan from Cloac. And Vice President Will Micklin from San Francisco. We have a lot of things that we have been working on over the last few years, and I'm so grateful that they're able to get things done when we need to get them done. And I know that we have a busy schedule, so I try to make sure that I make it easier for everybody, and we do it on a weekend, whether it's a Saturday or Sunday. And I'm grateful that they take time out of their weekends to go and to carry on business with us. I would also like to recognize our Chief Justice, Keeljuice Lisa Lang from Heidelberg, Associate Justice Cheryl Fairbanks from New Mexico, and Associate Justice Aurora Lair from Washington. At this time, I would also like to thank James Hart from Haynes for his years of service on the Judiciary Committee. And I guess I was supposed to be doing this too. Is it this direction? Oh. Now I probably did it too many times. be stuck on that. Um, I don't even know which one it's on. In 2022, the committee screened and rated candidates for associate justice position for the 2022-2024 term and considered the reappointment of the magistrate judge. In addition to the discussions related of our judicial officers, the committee resisted its solicitation and rating, revisited the solicitation and the ratings process, and addressed the amendments of the trial and the appellate court rules. In coordination with the Office of the President, the Executive Council, and the justices and the committee, they participated in a strategic planning in the efforts. As the tribe continues to grow, the court continues to find ways to meet the tribal citizens' needs. Tomorrow, you will be asked to place your vote for the Associate Justice. The Judiciary Committee convened on April 15th to screen and rate these candidates. The candidates have been presented in alphabetical order. Aurora Lear, well qualified, with a majority vote. Monty Mills, well qualified, qualified split vote. Kane Smith Jr., qualified, majority vote. At this time, I would just like to say thank you all, and I hope that you take a minute to read the resumes and their CVs that are uploaded. I believe you can click on them. If you have any problems, then just get one of the staff members. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Well, Donna Ray's fixing that for me, or I should say your chairwoman, James. I wanted to ask your forgiveness in advance. There's a little housekeeping thing I was asked to do, and so I want to do that before I begin my presentation. Last night, we had a ceremony for in memory of those that we have lost. And, you know, it was such a beautiful thing, but I want to tell you, we all make mistakes. And that I'm the first one to say, and that's why I'm asking for your forgiveness in advance. I was asked to submit these names that were overlooked. They were already submitted. But in Haida, we don't, I said, that's why I'm not good at forgiving. It's not in our language. What we say is, let it go, release it, let it be away from you. So I'm asking for forgiveness for that. And I want to name Mark Corpus Jr., who passed on 12/20, and Michael Corpus, who passed on 3/22, and our dearest beloved Karen Bernhardt, who passed on 3/22. With that, I beg your forgiveness, and I humbly ask, I wasn't in charge of that, but we make mistakes, and we correct our mistakes. And so for that, to the family, I extend our love and our appreciation for asking me to do this. The other really serious matter that was before me was Bill Martin. Bill had to inform me yesterday that he is related to me and a lot of the single women in the room, and that he no longer is eligible as a husband. Thank you, Uncle, for sharing that information with me. Are we ready? Haigwa? 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 Okay. Okay. I do. Gamdi katskadangang. Gotta let those things go. And thank you for indulging me. Ki iljus hinadi kiang. Hikta handlai slutlu ijang. di hagang iskan tit kildagan iskan tit klingdagan. My name is Lisa Lang. That's my English name, and I prefer Ki'iljus. It's my spiritual name given to me by my clan, my Guigan. I come from the Yakjanas. That's the Yaklanas, the raven, two fin killer whales from Heidelberg, Alaska. It is one of the only Guigans clans that was actually created on this side of the waters, and that's something that I hold dearly and true to my heart. In introducing myself, I want to honor my Diao, my mother, Carolyn Sanderson. Yeah. Iskandi and my father, Gerald O. Schlang, who was one of the funniest men that ever lived, a Simpsian from Metlakatla, Alaska. I love my dad, and I'm really happy Metlakatla's in the house with us here tonight, or here today. My grandmothers were two powerful women who, without our grandmothers, we're nothing. Without our grandmothers, we're nothing. I just have to honor my grandmother, Helen Sanderson from Heidelberg, Alaska. She was our historian. She was our clan mother. She was a force of nature. My other grandmother is Cora Brendable Lang Booth from Metlakatla, and my grandfather that I was raised with was Elmer Booth. And my mother's father was Cogni Ed Sanderson, who was a Karuk from Northern California. Thank you for indulging me that. I want to say thank you for allowing me to provide this report on what we've done. First, I'm going to do a little roadmap through the Supreme Court, who we are, what we do, go back and talk about what the functions of the court are, and then close it out. I want to welcome the tribal hostess, Della Coburn, Ajada from Kazan, Alaska, and our tribal host, Willard Jackson Sr., a healer from Ketchikan. I want to welcome my associate justices, who I asked to stand with me because we work together. We don't work individually, we work collectively, and we're more powerful that way. Associate Justice Aurora Lair. Aurora lives in Washington and, as you know, is running again for a re-election in her seat as Associate Justice. And my other sister, Cheryl Demert Fairbanks, originally from Kloak. She's one of us. And these three, us together, us three, we're law trained, we're cultured, and we are trying our best to implement the things that we could give to you. So I thank you, ladies. I would like to thank the delegates, both online and the delegates that took the time. And some of us, it's our first time and seeing each other in a long time, so it's awesome. President Emeritus Thomas, Ed Thomas, also known as Eddie Spaghetti. President Peterson, thank you. I won't give you his nicknames, but out of kindness, and I just want to stay on the good side. I honor all of the vice presidents that sit with him, the emerging leaders, all of the winners of those awards last night. That was an incredible event. I want to honor the ANS Emeritus. She's our home girl from Prince of Wales, Millie Schoonover. Stand up, Millie. They need to honor you. Whew. Grand Cram President of the ANB is Daphne. I beg your pardon, of ANS. Sorry, she's the Grand Camp President, correct? Your mother? Yeah. Her mom, ANS. Her mom, I joke. And our Grand Camp of ANB is Heather Gurko. Beg your pardon, Heather. Every elder that sits in this room has made this long journey, and we made it. Here we are, guys. And all you closet elders, I welcome you as well. all of the guests, all of our esteemed guests from Canada, from the other side of the border. Come on, you guys, give it up for our guests. Yeah. And then fellow tribal citizens. That's a long introduction, but that's just how we do it. That's our way, correct? I also wanted you to know that Haidas have hereditary chiefs. We're a little different. And is Nung Jingas is he in the room? Is Russ Jones present? If he is, I wanted him to stand because we always honor our hereditary chiefs on the Haida side. I'd like to also honor all of those who are clan mothers or who are clan leaders. I pay you my highest respects in providing you this report. Forgive me if I make mistakes. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's get the slide. This seemed to be a problem. I promise I won't curse. Did I do it? Okay. The Tlingit and Haida Supreme Court's comprised of a Chief Justice and 2 Associate Justices. As Chief Justice, you serve a term of 4 years, and the Associate Justices serve for 2 years as well. We are elected by this body. So it's a competitive seat, and I'm honored, we are all honored to sit in these seats. The terms are staggered, and they provide consistency on the bench. At this point, I made a little change, and I asked that our court staff please indulge me. They're asked to come down, and I would like them to stand. I want them to be recognized. When you're the ones in the trenches, that's the ones who should be recognized. Trinidad Contreras is our magistrate and acting tribal court administrator. Could you stand, Trinidad? He's hiding in the back. They don't want me to give out home numbers. That's what they said. I joke. Trinidad's, raise your hand, Trinidad. Thank you, Trini. Okay, Melissa Musith is our clerk of the court. Could you please raise your hand, Melissa, and please acknowledge her, everybody. Amanda Smith, development specialist. And what? And how could I forget? She's our appeals clerk. I beg your forgiveness. There's mistake number 1. Janae Bumeyer, forgive me if I say your name wrong. She's the wellness court specialist. We hold this girl up as high as we can. She may not be present, but we call her out when we need her, and she's always there. So let's give her a hand, please. Lillian Woodbury is our administrative clerk. Lillian, are you present? Could you please make yourself seen? Thank you. Josh Doan, administrative clerk. I believe he's on leave. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. And Thor Williams, the court investigator. There he is, you guys. Please give them all a big hand. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of the hard work you do. They do a lot of work. Okay, moving on. Let's see here. The Supreme Court serves as the appeals court. That's what we do for the lower court. When we're not addressing appeals, we continue to engage at a high level with other tribal court systems and other stakeholders to exchange information and best practices. Forgive me on this slide thing here. I'm just really... Oh, that's some of the things. I'm not going to go too deep into this. This is a really active bench. I'm just going to say it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ask my justices. Cheryl is a national peacemaker. She's international peacemaker. And so Aurora has skills too that we bring together collectively. I'm just going to slide out of this and maybe speak to what it is that they want to say briefly. We work with intention. Every meeting we have, we begin with intention. What is our intention? And the other thing is to hold each other up. Those are the 2 pillars that have made us so strong. So Cheryl, could you please speak to our meetings and events and just pick out one and speak to it, please? Oh, Aurora, go ahead, go ahead.
Try and keep me away from a mic. I am my grandfather's daughter or granddaughter. So I wanted to point out the Tribal Justice Collaborative Annual Judges Dinners. We've had an opportunity to attend some of these. I attended one in Central California, and this is something where the local community had come together and hosted dinners with the intent of basically breaking down barriers around ICWA, Indian Child Welfare Act cases. So judges, social workers, and this is especially important, judges from the state and tribal courts are present. And so this really does help to understand what's happening in the world of child welfare and helps to kind of build those bridges or maintain those relationships. And this is a model that we are going to be adopting here in Alaska, and we'll be hosting the first one in partnership. As Kilju said, big part of what we do is work with others who are in similar situations and have similar goals. And we will be working with, is it?
September.
In September, it's ANJC, yeah?
Alaska Native.
Alaska Native Justice Center. We'll be co-hosting a dinner in September with them and hopefully getting that up and running. And I'll hand this over to Cheryl.
Thank you. Thank you, Justices. I'm Cheryl Demert Fairbanks, and I would like to say on Yatkosani, it's so good to see all of you, and Ganesh Chish for taking care of my children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren as I look out into the audience to the delegates. I'm Klinket Simpsian, and Sequetzqa Ayahat. I was named by my Setkwe, my grandmother of the Takwanedi, Ganesh Chish, to that clan. As a justice, we're all schooled in American jurisprudence. And it's I win, you lose, and I love to win. But we've tried to shift our thinking to one, as our president has said and our Chief Justice, based on our tribal core values, our way of life. And that's a hard shift to do because we've been schooled in that American jurisprudence. So as we have worked together, like Chief Justice said, collectively, we've really worked to bring our core values into the justice system. And that's been very, very challenging. But one thing that is so inspiring to me is we're investing in ourselves. All of us are citizens of the Supreme Court. And I think that's a rare thing as I've practiced in the lower 48 and also up here. Not often do tribes have a full bench of their citizens. So I say to you, Ganesh Chish, because that's where sovereignty begins. Sovereignty begins at home. It's us. And so I say, help us bring our core values with our beautiful leadership, our delegates, our hosts, all of the beautiful elders. I say Ganesh Chish for your commitment because, as Aurora said, our sovereignty will be tested either in the state, tribal, or federal court. And so your investment into the judiciary is not only smart, it's who we are to protect our sovereignty. Ganesh Chish.
Thank you to my sisters. Those are good words, and together we are very powerful. Let's go through this slide now before they take us off the stage and ask us to nicely leave. I have to laugh sometimes because you either laugh or you cry yourself to death, right? So you gotta laugh once in a while. You gotta bear with me. My dad, I think he missed his calling. He was a comedian, and I think he came back through birth. I think my granddaughter is my dad, so I'm so happy to have him home. I'm so happy. Okay, I'm just gonna move on. get to these are some we do. We do have goals, and implementing that, our personal goals is very important. You can see the power of these women. This is going to happen. You've read the slides, so I'm going to move on. This is the what we do and who we are, the appellate court. This is your appellate court right here. A lot of tribes do not have an appellate court. There's no way to appeal a case. We have that. We have an active, very high-level appeals court. We have trial courts, technical assistance, marriages. Someone was talking about marriage this morning, weren't they? Yeah, they were telling a joke about marriage. Planning for expanded services. We're continually looking to expand. The Judiciary Committee members were introduced earlier. The justices stand behind me. There's trial court judges. These are the people that are involved in what we're doing. I'm going to show you some data now, and I want to thank the staff for collecting data. We started doing this, so we have a way to track what we're doing and how we're doing it. This is the case types. There's non-confidential and confidential cases, and then they do a breakdown. But what I want to show you, this is just telling you what's done and how it's done. And then there's a 3-year comparison. And one of the things that we had a little meeting this morning talking about these numbers. There's the numbers, and then some people are visual. That just tells you how we're working. But as a result of this, we talked about maybe, COVID impacted the number of cases, right, that were heard. But that really doesn't tell you the numbers, because some of these cases are more complicated than others. If you have a certain type of case, the hearings that it entails could be much greater than a lesser involved case. So I think during COVID, the court staff did an outstanding job. And again, I give you my kudos for making it through this crazy time together. So these are the special projects, because our staff also gets tasked with more than what their job description basically says. Sorry to say it that way, but you guys are hard workers. They are staff support for Judiciary Committee. Donna Ray, our chairwoman, James, gave her report, and that's who they work with, and the committee. That court renovation project, many of you may have seen, that's the target date right there. They work with them to coordinate what's going on. So you could go to our staff and they could give you an update on that, and they know what's going on because of that collaboration. We've applied for and received a 2022 court assessment. There's more that could be said about the court assessment. It's kind of like an overall of what's going on, and they give you recommendations, and they now the staff will take them. And as Trini says, the low-bearing fruits, get them out of the way, the easy ones. And safety of our courts is critical right now. It's in this report, and with this renovation, that's one of the things they have got to take seriously. We had a little discussion and said, make that a priority. That's a priority. There's too much crazy stuff going on in this world. Okay, strategic planning, we had our first round, and we're looking for the next round. And this is a really developing court. The wellness courts and the integration of what we need to do when you have a national leader in peacemaking and you have our own legal minds here. The ability to analyze is really great, but the ability to apply our cultural values is even greater. It's even greater. So that's the special projects that our staff works on. And I kept my little thing from last year. I just said we pay our highest ancestors to our Kanisi, our Guaigans, our matriarchs, and our future generations. And I was struck really hard when I came here about the women that I've known over my lifetime in this room. Some of us were janitors together back in Sitka days. Some of us were students together. Some of us were hardworking single mothers. I wanted to honor Jerry Brown. When I see her, could you stand, Jerry Brown? This is the epitome of a Native woman. This is her right here. There she is. Yay, Mom. I could hear Gail. And we talked, I went to the party and the Kiksadi party, and they honored our women. They honored our differences and paying respect. And I wanted to bring that to the table. When you find honor for our women, that's when you find strength in your society. And so like Cheryl, or like Justice Stimmert always says, and Aurora and I agree, that's where we're going to be battling for our sovereignty is going to be in the courtroom. You want your best, you want your strongest, and as we head into this new era, we're 3 years into this new decade, let's get our tennis shoes on and let's run fast together. We need to hold each other up. Okay, that's enough for me. I love you all very much and thank you for your time. I never usually get put last on the agenda, but they saved the best for the last. There you go. How Thank you, baby girl.